northern identity, etc., but at the same time recognizing the urban nature and urban surroundings of Oulu. So this is a very exciting time for us. About 50 million euros will be invested in arts and culture in the next 4 years in Oulu. And there I would also like to note that there will be several open calls for artists and art organizations to propose projects to the program. Of course, the bid book includes the kind of main activities, but I think they have said that about a third of the program is in the bid book, and the rest is still open. So there will be opportunities, so you should really pay attention, and I hope that many of you will also propose project ideas to Oulu 2026. And at the moment there is, I think they launched yesterday an open call for murals, so Oulu 26 is creating several murals in the city, and the call is open now, so have a look at that. But thank you so much, and let's discuss later.
Yes. Thank you, Johanna. And the team of Oulu 2026 will be here this evening at the trade fair. So if any of you all want to meet them and find out more about what's happening in that project, that event starts at 6 o'clock today in this room. Thank you, Johanna, once again. Now we have Helia, who will share the strategy from Kone. Helia.
Yes. Hello, and thank you. Do you hear me? Okay, or should I be? Okay. Oh, sorry. No worries. I don't need that notes. I have them here. Okay, so I'm Helia Pransila from Kone Foundation, and just like Alexi, I'm also substituting here our director Ulla Tuomarala, who is traveling this week and is unfortunately away, but she sends her best wishes to this summit. And I thank for Globe Art Point for having this chance to reflect Kone Foundation's new strategy and about how I think we managed to make the strategy alive so far. So I will first take a quick look at the history, since I think that we can't talk about our future without understanding the past. And the Kone Foundation has changed enormously during the past decade, and knowing about this transformation will hopefully help you to understand the context better. Kone Foundation was founded by the Herlin family in 1956, and for a long time the foundation worked very close to Kone Corporation, the lift company. Basically the foundation was very small, the grants were very small, and there was only one person working in the office. This went on for about 50 years, until Hanna Nurminen, chairperson of Kone Foundation, made a major donation to the foundation, which meant that the investments of Kone Foundation increased tremendously, and a new era began. Can I have the next slide, please? Actually, the previous one. This illustration and all illustrations I have in my slides are made by artist Marika Maijala, and we used those images when we launched our new strategy a year ago. So today, Kone Foundation is an independent foundation that supports academic research and the arts with nearly 50 million euros per year. Last year, the awarded grants and donations were about 49 million euros in total, and about 75% of this amount go for academic research and 25% go for the arts. The foundation now employs 17 people. When this change began more than 10 years ago, the foundation soon got a new strategy, the old one now, that made Kone Foundation quite well known among our stakeholders. As one of our new values, boldness, rohkeus in Finnish, was picked up as the flagship value of the foundation. It became especially visible during the grant calls because foundations started looking for bold initiatives. Boldness soon became an elemental part of Kone Foundation's brand, and I think it's fair to say that even though boldness helped creating Kone Foundation's reputation, we grew quite aware of criticism we received for it. What we wanted to communicate with boldness was that grant recipients were allowed to be incomplete, they were allowed to experiment and choose their own direction without knowing beforehand what the result is. The foundation had and still has a conscious urge to fund projects that are unique and will result into something new and original that may take place outside the mainstream. Unfortunately, boldness was often perceived as a forced concept and that every project should follow. And eventually, with our new strategy, our board decided to give it up because it just kept on making people mad at us. In that sense, we failed. But boldness was kept as one of our core values, and it still is. Can I have the slide number 3, please? We started working with a new strategy in collaboration with our board and staff in early 2020. There was a strong intention to listen to our stakeholders and have their contribution to the process. We had a plan for organizing workshops and have meetings with artists and academics. Then the pandemic hit and everything became a bit of a mess as we had to organize our work, start working remotely, and we had to react especially to the distress of artists with special funding. So in the end, we cancelled a major part of these plans, and we had to use our networks and studies and surveys and so on to form an understanding what Kone Foundation should do next. The new vision that is there on the board was very much formed around the idea of freedom, which can be defined as the Kone Foundation's urge to support independent, free-minded work that goes its own ways, resulting to multi-voiced and diverse society. The board of the foundation concluded that what researchers and artists need most is the financial freedom to be able to focus on the work they find urgent and relevant in their fields. They also felt it's necessary to respond to the challenges caused by cuttings in the public funding and guarantee that our grantees can work without having any extra pressure from the foundation's side. During the process, we talked a lot about the definitions of freedom, and the board agreed that freedom alone would be just as controversial as boldness was if we didn't balance it somehow. This was done by adding in another new value, eco-social awareness, which is an old term coined by environmental activists in the 1970s. And to us, it means social, cultural, and ecological sustainability and responsibility for the human race, other species, and the environment. Can I have that next slide, please? I think finally I will give you some examples of how we've started implementing the new strategy. First, I think that we make the foundation's vision come true every day with the usual boring office work that we do by paying grants every month to the bank accounts of our grantees and helping them with their normal questions regarding grants. Every year there are about 1,000 grantees who get their income from the foundation, and it's important that these core operations are working well, and we develop them further and improve them constantly. At the same time, we have had to face the fact that we are living in the middle of constant crises and admit that the foundation's new strategy is suddenly serving us in these global emergency situations. We are now using it as a compass to navigate in this very turbulent world situation. Can I have the final slide, please? This one. In the strategy, Kone Foundation is envisioned as a vigilant, alert funder, and we've tried to follow this ideal by reacting quickly to the damages caused by the pandemic, by supporting independent groups in the performing arts especially, and now with the war in Ukraine, we funded research and residency positions here in Finland for Ukrainian artists and researchers. In the future, I think we need to be able to both commit to this long-term work and long-term support of artists and researchers, and still we need to find ways how to respond to these demands of this contemporary crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Yes, thank you for sharing Kone's new strategy and new vision, and for even giving us more information about boldness and freedom. That is your core. Thank you so much. Next we have Anastasia, and she will share her personal strategy on what she has done to set herself up in the Finnish art scene.
Hello, thank you very much. It is an honor to be here, and I'm humbled to try to bring my subjective viewpoint, which I hope will also speak to many other professionals living in Finland. So yes, my name is Anastasia Trisna, and I'm an actor and singer. When I moved to Finland in 2009, I was a young professional, freshly graduated from St. Petersburg State Theatre Academy. I had an experience of working in a state theatre as a full-time actor and singer, but I was longing for freedom, and I was passionate about finding my own place as an independent artist. So I began my freelance career in the autumn of 2008, and 1 year later, I moved to Finland for personal reasons. Next slide, please. Nobody knew me, and I had close to zero professional contacts and had no idea of how the field works here. In the beginning, my strategy was quite straightforward. Talk to people, create a network of contacts, knock on all possible doors, write multiple emails, learn how to make a proper CV and make one, be in touch with everyone you know and don't know, tell about yourself, don't give up, don't wait. At those times, in 2009 and 2010, upon arrival, you were assigned to a 3-year integration plan. You were provided with a support person by the TE-toimisto, the Public Employment Office, whose main job was to help you integrate, learn Finnish language, and find a job. But Finnish Public Employment Office has no employment strategies in the field of art and culture. And also 3 years is a very long time. So I wanted things to start happening faster, so I took matters into my own hands. I went to a private Finnish course and then continued searching for job opportunities. Few gigs here and there, volunteering, meeting people, and in less than a year I was working as a producer in a theater. My first day job in Finland. So evenings, learning Finnish and doing some performing gigs from time to time. I was very active, but I was also very lucky. I knew or got to know the right people. And in Finland, even though the society is definitely aiming for transparency in the labor market, it is often personal contacts that will help you finding job opportunities. Latest strategies can be described as endless process of job seeking. It took me a while to realize that my skills as an actor are useful here in Finland. For many years I thought that my only hope is music, as theater is strongly language-based and you can hardly succeed in landing a role without Finnish as your mother tongue. And it is still partly true. The stages of many Voss theaters are still out of reach for many foreign-born actors. TV and film productions will often typecast you according to the narrow stereotype dictated by your background. But there is the independent field. Even though tremendously underfunded, that is where the air is fresh. That is where diversity is not just a fancy word that is beneficial to mention in the strategy, not just a box to tick. That is where multilingualism is met with curiosity and openness instead of fear, where genres cross and intercultural dialogue is a part of the creative process. My first role in Finnish was Lovisa in Ronja Rövärin tytär, directed and choreographed by Marjo Kuusala in 2014. I had to learn lines letter by letter, and I still do. Finnish language is tricky that way. Nowadays, I'm actively performing in all 3 languages, Finnish, English, and Russian. I'm not uncomfortable anymore of not speaking Finnish as a native. My first grant as an independent artist I received in 2016, and that is many years of failed applications and many years of not giving up. Next slide, please. There is, now I would like to talk about the strategies of the future. There is a staggering amount of nearly 200,000 professionals in the field of art and culture in Finland, and many of them are freelancers. For instance, over 70% of Finnish Actors Union members are freelance actors. So would it be safe to assume that freelancing is the future? But how much do we know about the daily lives of freelancers and the amount of work that goes into applying for jobs and grants? And can this burden be shared better by cultural institutions and organizations? And what does it mean in practice? Can we find ways to provide better employment possibilities, better funding, professional development, non-discriminatory and diverse strategies and practices, additional education, and more up-to-date approach in the labor market and employment offices? Freelance work is done in a wide range of contractual relationships. There is paid work, there is invoicing with or without a company, grants of various forms, and various forms of entrepreneurship. Different ways of doing work overlap and intertwine, and this diversity can be extremely rewarding and beneficial both for social and productive skills, but it also often lacks a significant part, the support of the work community. The responsibility of the time management, the overtime, the holidays, healthcare, insurance, days off, development discussions, occupational safety and workload management is yours and often yours alone. So when I think about the future to be formed and new strategies to be made, this is where I see that the changes should be done. Transparency, diversity, equality. For me, these are the pillars of a healthy work environment, and they are the necessities for better work opportunities. For the time being, these are the goals, but we need them to be a part of the everyday reality. And we need strategies for that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. I think we can all resonate with don't give up and don't wait. Out of all the many beautiful things you said, but I think everyone can understand that. I have one question for all the panelists before we go on to the Q&A. Now we've heard a lot of strategies from few organizations, and it will be good to know how does this strategy actually translate into action for you all. We could go with anyone. Helia, would you like to go first?
Okay. Well, I told you some examples what we do, but I think basically it happens on at least 2 or maybe 3 levels. Okay, sorry. So I think it happens on 2 levels at least, maybe on 3. So the one level I mentioned is our daily operations, that we get the grants paid on time and so on, that everything works on smoothly that way. But then there is another level, and that's reaction to all these turbulent times we live in, and how we are able to be awake and see what we need to do next, so that we wouldn't be always just reacting to the things that come on the way, but we would be a step ahead. It's a good question how we can do it, but maybe strategy can help us envisioning risks and also dreaming and seeing if we can fit our work with those signposts. And then the third level is maybe in our case, it's structural, so funding structures, and what role Kone Foundation has in them. Can we improve some toxic situations there are in the field somehow? And so I think those 3 levels are the ones we need to consider when we talk about action.
Thank you so much. Maya, would you want to go next?
Yes, thank you. Well, I think that from the point of view of ministry, it's important to work with structures which we have at the ministry and which we can impact from the ministry. And that means working with our agencies in the field of art and culture and try to develop the work with these organizations. And then we are talking about the structures, how we include persons with foreign background in decision making in these organizations, and we need to develop non-discrimination plans of our agencies, and of course it concerns all art and culture field, definitely, because every organization need to examine the diversity, awareness of diversity, they like pluses and minuses, where they are strong and where they have their own weaknesses, and then try to improve them, for example, through these non-discrimination plans, so that they would be as active and concrete as possible. And then, of course, at the ministry, we work with strategies. And if we look to our final report of our ministerial working group, we have some notions about work with strategies. And right now we have in making new strategy of cultural heritage to 2030, and we are trying in this work, which is now ongoing, we are trying also to give attention during this work also to cultural diversity and equality questions. So this is like concrete work seen from the ministry.
I think I'm sure the audience is also happy to know that now you have persons with a foreign background in the decision-making process at a ministry level, because this is what everyone is striving towards, to have this kind of equality higher up in the chain. Alexei, would you?
Thank you. Yes. I mean, for me, it has actually been quite empowering to see the vision for arts and culture step by step becoming a reality.
Yeah.
So the change is happening. For example, now that the corona was passed and the city really wanted to, and stated in the strategy that we need to support the regrowth of the culture field and giving 8 million euros for this year and next year, of which 3 million will be grants. And a part of that grant will be also this sort of micro grants with a very easy process that could be delivered throughout the year whenever needed. So that sort of there are different ways in which people in need can have the basic funding and resources for be able to do work. Or another example is the Newco, which I mentioned, as a way of service that the city delivers not only in Finnish for the Finnish and Swedish speaking, but also indeed in English and other languages for the newcomers in the city and new citizens of Helsinki. So there is a lot of work, but you know, the change is happening. And for me, currently, I think within the culture sector in Helsinki, in the city of Helsinki, we are working in not just producing the arts for the citizens, but finding a different way of collaborating with everyone living in Helsinki and the artists and communities. And that, you know, we didn't do that in the past. So we need to find better ways to do that and actually invite people and to meet people. What you, Anastasia, told was really encouraging and beautiful, but what you said also was about your activity in sort of reaching towards people. And I wonder if we as a city could be better in creating these kind of platforms for people to meet and to have a dialogue. And from that dialogue becomes then possibilities and actions. So all the ideas of in which cities that kind of work actually works, where the city can be active in bringing people together, introducing them, not forcing their own ideology, but sort of just enabling. I would be very curious to hear, because that's now on the table with the city of Helsinki to make it a reality.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Johanna, would you?
Yeah, maybe a few points to kind of share with you from my notes is I totally agree with you, Alexi, about like opening kind of the design processes of our curatorial processes of cultural institutions, for example, to the citizens and communities. This is, for example, one initiative that I am currently, as a director of Valve, the cultural center, developing with Oulu Contemporary Art Museum. So we are kind of looking into ways of opening the curatorial processes. So not only kind of within our institutions to think that what different communities are possibly interested in and what we think that could be meaningful for them, but actually how to open this dialogue and involve them and to kind of also offer agency. Not only discussion, so meaning agency and resources possibly. So this is something that we are in the kind of beginning of that process and journey. The other thing is that what I would like to note, because I only joined the city of Oulu last autumn, so I've been there like 6 months now, and of course as a kind of outsider you can sometimes recognize things that from within institutions it's more difficult. So one of the things which is like a very super kind of simple observation is that for example our grants, cultural grants that we offer for individual artists, organizations, events and so on, the information and the forms were only available in Finnish. And I thought, for example, that this is a kind of a hugely embarrassing thing for any organization, let alone for a big city. So this is something that I have been, for example, pushing now, and now the information is available in English as well as the form. But there are lots of things, there's lots of work and lots of things like that in bigger organizations that take time to change. And also in terms of fostering the creative sector, I'm very happy that we are committed to 18 cultural organizations at the moment. So we have a 3-year contract with 18 what we call cultural partners. So we have a kind of a longer term engagement and support and collaboration. So for example, those organizations have been very integral in developing and making the cultural strategy of Oulu. So I think we have a very sort of close connection with many, of course not all, but with many small cultural organizations, and this is also a way to support them in a longer term, so I'm very happy about that. And then we also have these micro grants, kind of ongoing micro grants that we manage on a kind of weekly basis, which is so it's very easy to and very quick turnaround to get these micro grants. But of course, we always could have more support, and there should be always more support. So let's hope that we can continue on that path, which Oulu has done very well previously. But in terms of the culture as a placemaking and place builder, I would also like to note that we are very strongly reinforcing and developing our connections with the urban planning department. So we really try to develop kind of cross-sectoral ways of working within the city as well to kind of create kind of practices of cultural urban planning and placemaking projects. And actually there is a really strong interest and openness from the urban planning department for that, and with my team we are at the moment developing a Creative Europe project, so in which we hope that we can do that on an international scale. And then, as I already mentioned, in terms of culture as a builder of community, we have just last year accepted this culture arts and well-being plan, and it's now being implemented, and we will just get, like in the next 2 weeks or so, a new team member to my team who will work especially on developing cultural activities for elderly people. So I think in Oulu we have recognized really the power and possibilities of arts and culture across different sectors, but obviously there's lots and lots of work to do, but I'm very hopeful that we have like really good things in our strategy, and hopefully they will generate into resources in the future.
Thank you so much. I'm sure some of us will be happy to know that there are some application forms in English also.
Yes.
I think this has been one of the major things spoken about quite a lot within the foreign-born community, that they're not accessible to everyone. Though English is not a language that everybody speaks, but many of us speak that language. Anastasia, would you want to add something? Or do we go to Q&A?
I think I would like to add just shortly that I believe that in practice I have seen a lot of change during the last 12 years in Finland. And it is true that at some point that we need more people in the decision making. And as like for myself, I speak on my own behalf, but I am a part of many organizations. I am a part of many boards as a board member or vice chairperson and etc. And in all the associations and various organizations or working groups, they can be on absolutely different levels, but it is a job that each of us does daily. And we can affect many things by our own decisions and the values that we translate and the values that we stand for. And so in practice, these are the things that each of us can be doing. And one thing that I really hope to see more and more, because for instance, like I'm a part of the new diversity group in actors, Union of Actors in Finland, and many other organizations which are doing similar work. And what I would wish to see is more collaboration between the organizations. And for instance, GAP, Global Point, is a really good example of one of the initiatives that have started at some point only a few years back and has grown immensely and have done a great job. And what I'm all the time trying to do is always to hint to one organization that, hey, there is this organization, and to them that, hey, there is the other one, and that maybe we can meet, maybe we can talk, maybe we can share experience. And this event is also a great example of how this experience can be shared and how these things can be influenced on the practical level.
Thank you. And thank you for saying good words about GAP. We always
Of
like
course.
this. But now I think we can go on to the Q&A, and we will take questions from the online audience first because they are not seen here. So we at least want them to be heard first. Do we have any questions from the online audience?
So not yet. So maybe we can go to the questions of the public.
Does anyone have questions? Romeo, we have a mic. Camilla, will you bringing the mic here?
Yeah. So who has that?
To Romeo in the front.
Yeah, hello. I have a question, a different question for each one of them. Do you want me to do it all?
Yeah, you can.
Or
If we
one
have,
by one?
If we have time, yeah, you can ask.
Okay. As I already mentioned to you, my question will be regarding the transparency about your institutions or practice. According to Transparency International, forms of corruption typical in Finland are conflict of interest, unethical decision-making, and favoritism. The first question for Maija is that in Cupore's barometer are mentioned since 2018. So for 3 years, more than 3 years in a row, exactly these three things, like problems seen from the artists when they face the institutions. How this is taken in consideration at the ministerial level? So this is the first question for Maya. And I'm going with the other question if you
No,
want.
I think first we can go question, in case there are any other questions, or we go with yours first. Maya.
Yeah, I'm Romeo Kodra. I'm here as a key listener, and I will write an article for GAP for all these speeches.
Maya, do you want to?
Yes, thank you very much. This is a question that we can try to like take care and make our best through those structures and our possibilities, for example, to give financing and open calls so that they are for everyone and they are accessible, and of course to working as much as possible with our agencies, municipalities in Finland, and with different networks and organizations in the arts and culture field, with NGOs and so on. So I think that transparency and equality, it comes through structures and through programs which we are implementing, and also through communication, which we are also implementing with our different networks and different organizations which are on the ministerial level, but also on the municipal and NGO level.
Thank you, Maya.
I'm Pia Rantala-Korhonen, also from Oulu, and maybe I'm the dull person who talks a little bit about the legislation beyond the selections of languages which we use in city administration. We have a law of languages which we have to obey when we are working with public money, for example, in cities. And so there are two kinds of cities. There are cities who have only one official language, Finnish or Swedish, according to the native languages of the population. Or then there can be bilingual cities like Helsinki and Espoo, who have lots of both Swedish and Finnish-speaking people. And why are all those forms in Finnish in Oulu? It's because the administrative language in Oulu is Finnish, and the decisions have to be done in Finnish, and those who are responsible of all the decisions at the end of the day, they are the politicians who are elected by the inhabitants. And there might be persons who don't speak anything else but just Finnish. So if we want to develop the system, then we also must think about translation services for the politicians, etc., etc. I would like to say that it's a really, really simple thing to add languages. We also have one of the biggest Sami communities in Oulu. We don't have our forms in any of the 3 Sami languages which exist in Finland. So it's something which we can't make in a different way in a one city. It's something which should be made also in the legislation of Finland, so that the rules in the whole country and all the cities should change.
Thank you. Is there any other question? Sana.
Hello, my name is Salla Raunio. I'm a producer, and also I wrote my thesis about intercultural work, in which I interviewed foreign-born artists. And the same thing as Anastasia mentioned happened very often, or it was a recurring topic in the interviews, that they had found their place in Finland because they were lucky. And it kind of hit me very hard that they managed to find their way just because they were lucky. They were in the right place, in the right time, and they happened to meet some Finnish artists who kind of guided them forward. And my question is, you are all head of institutions, but we need a strategy for this. I mean, this randomness has to be somehow eliminated. So what is your strategy to eliminate the randomness of what I described?
Anybody? Yeah. Alexei.
I will be bold and try to answer. I think it's an important and a crucial question. And at the same time, I think many Finnish-speaking artists and people, including myself in a very high position in the city of Helsinki, consider myself extremely lucky. It's been a number of lucky coincidences that I am here now together with you. So life is random in its essence. What we need to do is try to balance that by helping out and making, as much possibilities for that randomness to happen, so that it's not because of your background or origin or culture or language that you speak that this randomness could happen. So therefore, exactly the strategy of building the platforms for meetings so that those special moments could happen, I think it's very important. That's what we are trying to do now. Another way is, of course, in the recruiting process, is the question of, the concrete things like the language selection, or if, you can use Google Translate to understand the form that is being, if it's in Finnish or whatever. Or, for example, in the Helsinki Philharmonic Orchestra, when we are recruiting new musicians, and we have now a bit over 10% of our musicians are from abroad, but now living in Helsinki. And as a custom with all the symphony orchestras around the world, the first few rounds of the recruitment process are being done behind the curtain, behind the screen, so nobody sees who is actually playing. It's just the music that matters at that stage. So this kind of, actions could be more widely used also in the city recruitment to avoid not randomness, but to avoid discrimination, which is even a worse problem than randomness, in my mind.
Thank you, Alexei. Do we have any other questions? Yes. Diego.
Hi. We have two questions from the online participants. One is actually regarding the recruitment process. So I think we can go with the other one by Sofia Molling. She asks, what culture is legitimate, not legitimate, and what are your thoughts on democratization of culture? So she didn't specify any panelists, so I guess it's for the whole panel. Thank you.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question? So that
yes, what culture is legitimate or not legitimate, and what are your thoughts on democratization of culture?
Okay.
Thank you.
Who wants to? Helja, do you want to say?
Thank you for the question, Sofia. I wonder what to answer. It's a tough one and a big one. Well, I suppose Sofia means gatekeepers of culture who are allowed to say what is good culture, what is not, what is art, what is not. I wonder what to say from the point of view of Kone Foundation. We are supporting professional arts and culture, and we have, for a long time ago, we have figured out that it's not our board who can do the selection of our grantees, but we need to use peer experts. So we are using evaluators who are working in their own field. They are professional artists or researchers, and they choose our grantees. So we have given up the power of gatekeeping to these other professionals in the field. So far, we have felt that this is the most equal way to do the process. Otherwise, I don't know, it wouldn't be so reliable. Now we can trust that these people know what's going on in their field, and they know best who we should fund with their work. Maybe this is my answer.
Thank you. I think that's pretty good if this is what Sofia wanted to understand. Mm-hmm. It's pretty transparent and straightforward, what you're saying.
Can I add to that, that I'm also constantly trying to think that we need to be critical towards ourselves in terms of understanding what is art and what is cultural participation, and kind of forms of participating and making art today, because art is constantly changing and developing, and often our institutions are quite sort of static in terms of which kind of art forms and what kind of practices they present and support. So especially within our like other programming or giving grants, etc., I think we have to be very critical that we constantly kind of examine our own thinking of art and culture, because also the forms of cultural participation are very diverse. You can't think that only attending events in cultural institutions is cultural participation. So how do we take this into consideration, and also how do we hear from let's say younger generations and other peoples about these new forms of both making and experiencing cultural services and products? I think this is very important as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's an interesting topic, if I may. I think, the art scene is a lot of things, but at the same time it is also a struggle of power, a battlefield in that sense, if you want to see it like that. And there's a tension between the continuity and the renewal that you mentioned as well. And I do hope that we get to a point where we see that tension as something which is needed, which is actually sort of the core power through which new art is being created, and to be respectful for the different situations in that power field. But for that to be possible, I think it's crucial that the situations in which we have the power or do not have the power change, and the individuals will have an experience of being in the margin, and then being the one taking the responsibility and the power, and then sort of giving up the power again. And that's something that it's not sort of built in our system, is this constant change of who has the power.
Yeah. Thank you. Maya, do you want to add something?
Yes, I was thinking about this democratization, and I think that, for example, to give one very concrete example is that following our final report, Arts Promotion Center Finland Taike, and the ministry, we started to prepare a dialogue tool for social and cultural diversity and sustainable development. And what we did, we started by inviting to the workshop different representatives from different ministries and from cultural organizations and also NGOs and freelance artists. And in that way, we created the content of this dialogue tool, what questions we should take into this tool, and how we should discuss what is important and what questions need to be addressed in the in the years to come. So I think that in that way we can really have an impact on the content, what we are creating together, and also what we would like to then promote in our everyday work in different organizations.
Thank you so much. Yes, Anastasia.
I would like to add, as my answer to this question, the necessity of collaboration of, for instance, state-funded theaters or city-funded theaters, bigger organizations which have more resources with the independent field, because when we are talking about the resources that are required by many of the representatives of the independent field, we are not talking only about the financial side of it or the grants. We are also talking about the human resource, we're talking about the technical resource, we're talking simply about venues which are very open, accessible only via straightforward rent, and there is collaboration, but it is very small in amount, and also it is not being like, in my opinion, it's not being in an equal basis together or compared to the main productions of many organizations. So I see that there is still the tendency, especially if we're talking about the foreign-born artists who are doing their productions, even in collaboration with the Finnish-born artists, but it's still being very often perceived as a marginal field. And I think that we really have to make an effort of, and that would be a part of the democratization, to stop seeing it as a marginal field which has to be given its own space, but to find more possibilities to
make it more general.
Yeah.
I think a really nice example of this kind of tool to address the question is the Suomen Kulttuurirahasto, Finnish Cultural Fund, new grant that they have established to really give grant for the arts institutions who do collaboration with the freelance group or freelance artists, and it sort of demands that those two meet together. And the proposal could come from either side, but just when you have those together, when you have a collaboration, and then they give the money, and that's a good way to sort of really push towards that.
Definitely, and we're also talking about more open calls, more auditions, more transparency in the actual job seeking and opportunities.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? Oh, we have many. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go before you. Is that okay? Hello, my name is Milena Parand, and I'm working for an organization called Ad Astra. So we work a lot with children's culture. And I would have two questions, one for Maija and one for, your name is Alex?
Alexi, yes.
Alexi, yeah. So it was really nice to hear you speaking. So the first question is that we are providing, for example, storytelling and storytelling events in different languages. The last language we had was Arabic. That happened in Espoo, maybe a month ago. But it was only the city of Espoo that it was possible to cooperate with, because they have Arabic tuition in the schools, and they also have a coordinator who takes care of the teachers who teach small languages and small religions. And that means that it's easy for our organizations to get in touch with the families, and it was a great success. So we had not only the children coming, but also the families coming to this event that happened in a library in Espoo. But the fact is that this teaching of own language, it's provided only randomly in some municipalities in this country, in Finland. So that means we don't see the equality, and we also have great difficulties if you want to go and do these events, because we don't have the groups, we can't get in touch with the people. And so that is a question for Maija. When will it be possible to have this sort of equality from one municipality to another, because the school should be equal, shouldn't it? But now it is not, because some municipalities provide the institution and others don't. And then to Aleksi, we were so sorry that we couldn't do this event in Helsinki. We can't do it because Casco is not providing any connections and any information about where the groups are, because their system is totally chaotic. They have no clue where the groups exist because it's not made in the great way that it is in Espoo City. So these were the two questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maya, do you want to answer?
Well, yes, thank you for the question, and I understand the importance and the essence of it. I think I might be not the right person to answer, but I know that our ministry is promoting and enhancing in many ways children's culture, and we really appreciate and understand how important it is. And I think that it is also big varieties between different cities and municipalities. They of course, the idea is that they are equal, but also I think that situation connected to population and different language groups and so on, it affects it. And in Espoo, I know that there is schools where the pupils are talking over 50 different languages. So I think that city of Espoo is really diverse, but of course so is Helsinki and many other big cities. So this is like how I see this situation from the perspective of the Ministry of Culture, Education and Culture.
Thank you very much for the question and also for the inspiring project. And I'm sorry to hear about the chaotic ways of the city of Helsinki, which some of them I recognize myself, having worked there for now 5 years. It's a city of 38,000 workers, and often one of the questions is just how to find the right person with whom to deal with. And we could have a look at that together. I don't know if you worked already with Pirjetta Mulari from the City Cultural Leisure Department, and then sort of with them, let's see and try and identify how the Casco in Helsinki might learn something from Espoo. So thank you, and let's keep on trying.
Thank you so much. We have, one question here.
I'm from Britain. I'm not even sure sometimes whether I consider myself an artist. But I have studied art, and I do wish to do art. I don't know what art to do. I assumed for a long time that English wasn't a problem in Finland. In fact, English is my problem because it stops me from learning Finnish. So sometimes I feel I should pretend to not speak English, that, you know, I want to practice my English. I don't want to practice my English anymore. So my question is, how... I imagine that you talked about microgrants, you talked about small things, you talked about emerging things. I see myself as watercress. At the moment, I see myself as a tiny little plant. I imagine I feel even. I don't know how can I get going and do some art? Where can I go? Where does it start? You know, if I was young at 16, I go to the youth club or whatever, cultural integration, whatever, you know, something like that. But I'm over 50, and I feel like I should be a youngster, and there would be opportunities for me. You know, if I was Arabic, if I was younger, if I was a woman, if I was, you know, disabled or whatever, I find myself, I'm an artist who hasn't done his shit yet, and I don't speak the language. How do I go about it? Because I came here to
find out how I can do some art.
One place to start is Globe Art Point.
Yeah.
We welcome everyone.
That's why I'm here.
But the rest, I will leave it to the panelists to answer.
Well, I can start. I don't think I have any ready recipe or full answer to that, but one thing that I've learned, and that has, education is something that you do when you're a child, when you're a teenager, then you graduate, you get your high education, you graduate, and then you're a ready adult that is supposed to live your life with this ready profession that you have. And I really appreciate the totally different approach in Finland, where I see that the education is something that is ongoing throughout your lifetime, and that there are a lot of opportunities for that, and there would be shorter programs, there would be longer programs, and yeah, so I think that this is one of the recipes or the things that I see that people do a lot here is, and through education in Finland, which is available in actually multiple different languages, it is an opportunity for networking, it is an opportunity to get new ideas and meet new people and open some new doors, or at least find those new doors. Globe Art Point is a great opportunity also. But yeah, it is a very big question, especially in the field of art and culture, that when you arrive to Finland, that there is, or there wasn't at least, a place where you can go and you could get advices on that.
No, and you can really reach out to us at Globe Art Point. I think we meet a lot of artists who say they did not know where to find information or whom to turn to till they found us, maybe by chance. But we are open in the sense that we welcome everyone. And whatever information, we have lots of information to share, and we have resources, not in terms of money, but we have resources in terms of information to offer. Yeah. I don't know whether we have more time. I think we have run out of time. But thank you so much to the wonderful panelists for being here this morning and for this great discussion. I think everyone had such interesting questions as well. And we have some time to network. We have a very short break. Actually, we don't have a short. We have a very tiny short break of 5 minutes if someone wants to grab more coffee. And in this break, we are going to have a performance by Laura Kemin. I think Laura is already here, but I can ask the panelists if they want to leave the stage, and then we can have Laura.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Hello? Okay. If everyone has grabbed their coffee. It's a bit noisy. We are now. Yeah, no, you can hold the mic. Because it's little noisy now. We are now going to have a performance by Laura Kemin. If everyone wants to grab their coffee and have a seat, and we will start this performance. It's a spoken word performance by Laura. She's here right now. And
So hello everybody again. We are getting the next panel on the podium. Okay. So hello everybody and welcome back here at Luckan and online. My name is Jaana Simula and I'm the Managing Director of Globe Art Point. I have dedicated my life to art and culture and also education through my career as well on personal level. And this panel is about education and employment. We will discuss how Finland, the Finnish labor market could be more inclusive and diverse and open to international talent. The moderator of this panel is dear Koko Hubara, who is a special diversity advisor at the Art Promotion Center Finland, Taike. Thank you for moderating this panel and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome on my behalf as well. What a pleasure it is to be here. Is this fine? The microphone? Okay, great. Okay, so we have a lot of stuff to cover today. So we're going to dive right into the conversation. And I'm going to throw one question that I hope each member of the panel will answer with an introduction. So who are you? Which organization are you representing today? And the question is a very small question. Is Finland a welcoming place for newcomers? Let's start.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Jaana Erkkilä-Hill. I am the Vice Rector for Research and Doctoral Education in the University of the Arts, Helsinki. And your very small, modest question, I would say that unfortunately it depends where you come from and who you are. And then on the other hand, where you happen to land in Finland and whom you meet. But in that way, I would like to say that I don't think that Finland is very different from any other country. It might feel that Finland is not welcoming, when actually the question is that we have very small number of foreign-born people here, or people with diverse backgrounds, even if they are born in Finland. And when we think about sort of a more multicultural countries, it's much easier there to find, in a way, your own peer group. And then it might feel that the country is more welcoming when you find actually a community where you belong to. And in Finland, that is much harder. And I could say, because when I first time moved to UK in 1979, from a small city in Finland, northern Finland, Kokkola, to Birmingham, a very multicultural community, I would say that the community where I went was welcoming, but not the whole city. And in that way, when we think about the current situation, UK policy, government policy, has a policy to create a hostile environment for migrants. At least Finland's official policy is to be inclusive and sort of for equality, even if we are not fulfilling it every day in a practice. So that would be my report.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Jenni Kilpi. I am here representing our organization, which is called Art for All, which we founded just a year ago. And we are an organization for artists, students of art, and alumni of art who are in the beginning of their careers. And we started from the student actives of Uni Arts and Aalto University. And the idea for us is to have a community where everybody is welcome and to ease people into practicing their profession here in Finland. And we are not a very hierarchical organization, we're just a community which welcomes all. And as to your question, I, of course, am not a newcomer and will not hence answer from personal experience, but I've talked about this quite a lot. And the experiences vary, like Lois just stated, and depends on if you go to university or any school here, you will get the networks and they will welcome you. And then the other side of this is language questions, which were already addressed in the last panel, translation questions, which are really in need of some repairment. And then the unofficial things, feeling like you're welcome here. For example, in work environments where the official language might be considered English, but then in practice, people might still in the coffee room tend to speak Finnish, even though not everyone in the work community understands it. So they're starting from official big things to little things. But yes, we're good also in many things.
Okay. Hi everyone. First of all, I have to say that how nice it is to be in a live event. I think this is the first live event in 2 years for me, so very happy to be here today. My name is Satu Salonen and I work as a senior specialist at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment, and my tasks include, for example, the development and coordination of the cross-administrative talent boost program. I will probably tell a bit more about it later with the next questions, but that's my main tasks at the ministry at the moment. As for the very good question that Koko asked, I have to agree with my fellow panelists who almost emptied the bank already. I would say that yes and no. I think Finland is and Finns are welcoming and like to meet new people and take new people with open arms. But then at the same time, I think we must face the fact that there's still lots of biases, prejudices, discrimination and racism in our society. And obviously, as I work closely with the working life, it's clear that people who look a bit different or have a different name than we native Finns face discrimination and have difficulties in finding their place in work life. But still, I do believe that development has been made in the recent years, and I'm sure that this thing will move forward also as the Finnish society becomes more diverse and we get more people around the world to Finland.
Thank you. And then we have our online member of the panel. Mario, are you there?
Yes. Am I in a large screen there?
Yes.
Hi everyone. How I missed the meeting of you and sorry for being so distant. I'm Mario Mempää from Kupore and also we have studied there from some angles these topics that were discussed in recent panel and this one sorry I missed Koko your first question because I was trying to tackle where we are and are we here all or something. But,
no worries at all. The question was a simple question. Is Finland a welcoming place for newcomers?
Yes or no? I don't know. I'm not the newcomer myself, but we have studied in our barometers, for example, these newcomers or foreign-born artists or okay, there is no statistics about the foreign-born artists, but we have looked at those artists that don't speak Finnish, Swedish, and Sami. So we thought, and then we somehow can calculate that these artists that are not native Finns, so to say, but there are, of course, some answers in a barometer that shows that Finland is right now, for example, quite unsecure. In recent barometer, for example, one answer is that there is fear of the changes of the political climate right now in Finland, and this might make the situation very unpleasant, or more unpleasant, if there would be radical changes. And we have an elections, in parliamentary elections every 4 years. So these changes could be very rapid, for example. But I don't know. Yes and no. It's a personal question, but it's also a question of kind of structures. How you can manage and how you cope in this jungle of so many rules and regulations and lack of decent laws.
Thank you, Mario. Actually, my next question is also for Kupore. It's about research, and also to Satu, actually. You have a lot of data and research on these topics, and I was wondering, what are the specific needs of foreign-born professionals arriving in Finland? What are the challenges? What's the situation like when someone arrives here?
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, it is I think all of us in this room know the fact that we need more people to Finland if we want to maintain the welfare state and the services that we have at the moment. And the age cohorts that are leaving the labor market are quite a lot bigger than the ones that are entering the labor market. And it is estimated that in order to reach the 75% employment rate, that is the goal of the government at the moment, we would need around 100,000 new employees entering the work market within the next 4 years. So it tells that we actually do need quite a lot of people. When it comes to the immigration and work-related immigration, each year around 20,000 people arrive to Finland for work, and each year around 30 to 40,000 people arrive in general to Finland. Obviously, the past few years have been a bit different story because of the COVID situation. Then when we talk about the needs of different sectors or industries, those obviously vary. I think many of you have heard that especially the ICT and tech sector are in a serious need of labor, and also social and healthcare service professionals are needed. The number estimates for those vary a bit, but in the tech industry, I think it was the Industry of Technologies of Finland that released their survey a year or a few ago, and they estimated that they would need around 13,000 new tech professionals each year to arrive to Finland. So you kind of like probably see that what of a massive question this is, and we're nowhere near to reach the targets at this point. Lots of have been done in order to get more people to Finland, but of course that's not something that only the ministry or government can do. But we need collaboration across different sectors and actors. Now the new government targets for when it comes to the work-related immigration is that the number of work-related immigrants should double from its current number by 2030. So we have 8 years to get that target filled. Yeah, that was about the numbers. What was the other question? Or did you have a follow-up question there?
What are the specific needs or the challenges these people arriving here face, and what's the situation like for artists and cultural workers? Is there any data on that?
Unfortunately, I don't have. I don't know of any data on the specifics on the arts and culture field. It has been, though, identified that also creative sectors, such as, for example, gaming or audiovisual professionals, are needed, and companies working with those sectors are in the same situation as many of the other companies in Finland as well, that they need more people and skilled workers. Maybe the biggest obstacles for people or work-related people, immigrants arriving to Finland is the bureaucracy, let's face it. Sometimes the permit process is not as smooth as it could be, but there's lots of developments going on with that. The new legislation is now in the making, and hopefully it will come into force during this year. That should make it faster for work-related immigrants to get the work permit, for example. Then obviously in the previous question we already touched with the inclusiveness or openness of Finnish society and working life, and that is something that we can't ignore when talking about immigrants moving to Finland for work.
How about Marjo?
Yeah, we did this opening research project together with the GAP and Culture for All, and studied especially the arts and cultural field and how easy it is to employ and what challenges there is, and to start this, it was shown that the directors of arts and cultural institutions, for example, are very open and willing to recruit, or that they in their interviews and questionnaires they recognize the cultural diversity as a strength and in work communities, but but then we saw that these issues were not really incorporated in the personal management and organizational recruitments, for example. And there when we did it, it's the challenges like you mentioned is bureaucracy, is the language barriers are. Yeah, I think they are real, but there are also some things that could be changed in the legislation or other rules that to help diverse people to employ in the cultural sector, and then the attitudes to recruit foreign-born cultural workers and artists are sometimes quite odd on what we saw. Even though our hypothesis was that it's an open and soft world, that everybody are pro diversity but then when we come in the reality, it's there are still a lot of kind of topics that presents people to get hired, and I think what is needed is how we can change the rules and legislations. We need more knowledge to make decisions, and because we actually don't know how much we have so-called foreign-born artists or diverse artists, or what's the number of immigrants in our labor markets actually, and since we need to monitor more and in particular when what's with the record of the numbers of grounds of discrimination or place of residency, disability, state of health, all these kind of more detailed things, but we just have only the language is the only thing that we are allowed to ask when we are doing our research.
Thank you. Yes, this is always the part where I kind of like stop because I remember like, yeah, there's no data and we're not allowed to ask these things. So what are we actually talking about when we are talking about these issues? Because we don't know. So I have to like take a little breather and move on to the next question. But while we don't have the data and we don't know how many foreign-born people or people of color there are in Finland working in the culture and arts field, there are certainly things that we can do in the meanwhile while we develop methods of collecting the data. And this is actually a question for Jana, you, and also Satu. What is being done right now to make Finland more attractive to these international talents, artists, cultural, creative field, on a governmental level and also in the University of the Arts?
In the University of the Arts, we are having actually quite a lively discussion about the concept of art that we are stuck in a way. So our whole education is speaking theater, but then actually opening it up for more global point of view is under discussion, even if in a dance or we have the performance studies which are international programs, but still it's very much based on whether even national or Nordic or Western concept. And in the Fine Art Academy, in Sibelius Academy we have the global music, a very small program, but that can't sort of take care of the whole musical education. And in Fine Art Academy, because my background is in fine art, and I've been thinking a lot about this question that in one way we take it as a granted that the Western concept of contemporary art is in a way that's the common ground, and anything else that is coming from outside of that is somehow it's ethnic or it's foreign or it's something that is not taught, or it's not so that it would not be in principle accepted, but it's not appreciated as the same quality. And what we have been talking a lot about is our recruitment policy. As long as our staff, teaching staff, comes from sort of this Western concept of art, the teaching is of course also there because that's where their expertise lies. And then on the other hand, in our entrance exams, what are we expecting? It's quite a lot of, if we think sort of in Finnish or European terms, there is this very strong basic education in the arts that is sort of a training children from preschool age in all art forms in a way based on a curriculum that is completely based on the Western concept of art. And so that is in a way they come with the skills that are expected in our entrance exams. And I think that is really a crucial question, that what kind of capacities and skills we expect from the people who are entering even the entrance exam, and then when they when we take in. Because in a way this a moment of accepting new students, it's actually the most important moment in education, that because then we, in a way, we frame who is going to be what. So far, I would say that we have started a serious discussion. We are very much aware of this. With this Ministry of Education's international program, Fine Art Academy has now started or is starting a so-called fair sculpture project in Helsinki area, targeting schools where there are lots of students from other backgrounds than national Finnish backgrounds, in order to actually show that art is one possibility for studying. because it's also, and I think also it's still quite a lot of that when you enter in the art university, you come in that way from a privileged background that you can afford thinking of studying something that most likely is not going to give you a full living. I mean, we are educating people to very low income work market, or even in unemployment, which is quite awful, as you know, in your organization and as we all know. So it's at least we are aware of it, and we are taking small steps. That's all I can say.
That's a very good start.
Yeah, I was just about to say that was quite good answer to my ear, at least. I may take a bit more of a broader or general approach to this question and tell a bit about what has been done or what is going on the governmental level. And probably one of the biggest or the biggest initiatives is the Talent Boost program. That is, as I mentioned in my introduction, that it's a cross-administrative program that is coordinated by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment and the Ministry of Education and Culture in cooperation. The program was launched already in 2017 under Sipilä's government, and now it has been continued under the past two governments. And the whole aim or the objectives of the Talent Boost program is to make Finland globally attractive and interesting place to work, study, do research, start up a business and also invest. So we're kind of like trying to enhance or improve Finland's country branding and make us known around the world for people. Then also in the Talent Boost program, we focus on supporting the companies and organizations' capabilities of recruiting and managing international teams, so that we could then tackle those questions of discrimination and prejudices and racism that we already discussed for. And also one important aspect is also to get kind of like the skills and the expertise that the international talents that we already have here in Finland into full use, so that they would be working in professions that match with their skills and match with their educational background. So those are maybe the biggest three key points that the Talent Boost program focuses. As for the target groups, you asked that what has been done in the fields of creative, in the creative fields. In Talent Boost, there's no specific targeted actions for creative fields or arts and culture, but I do think that also those sectors can benefit of the other holistic development that has been done and is being done under the Talent Boost program.
Thank you. Jenny, I have a question for you. When you listen to Satu and Jana's answers, if you look at it from the point of view of the student body and people who are just now graduating or have just graduated, how does it sound, the measures that are being taken?
I think they sound fairly good, and I was really happy to hear your answer, as my own background is in Uni Art Sibelius Academy, and I'm very happy that this discussion is going on. It's a very important one. I would say we need all kinds of measures. That's very clear. We need the discussion of art, what it means, and then we need actual measures that are being done. And as to the magnetism of Finland as a country to come to work, I think we need to consider why people choose to come here to study and why do they want to work here, because that will reveal, of course, what are the things that we need to communicate better abroad, that we are this kind of place, we have these kinds of teachers, we have these kinds of organizations and companies where you can work. Because the art sector brings in a lot of money when there are experts there who do their work. And we're a fairly small amount of people combined to a lot of money that is produced in Finland. So, yeah.
And in your opinion, what is right now the main motivation for young people to come here? What is the pulling power right now?
I think it varies from what I've heard is mainly having a certain subject or certain teacher or a certain school where you know that you want to go to. And this is very specific, of course, you've learned this from somebody, of course, because you've studied somewhere and you probably have a rather privileged background in case you already know what you want in life. Then there are people who have personal reasons, who enjoy Finland as a country, would like to study because of the culture here, enjoy the environment we have. And then there are just people, I just spoke to a person who said she selected Finland randomly because she just saw a lot of schools in Europe and in Scandinavia and applied to a school and got admitted to a very, very good school. But she didn't know that much else about where she was actually going. So the reasons are plenty, but I'm sure it's important to know why. Because at least for me, it seems we're not entirely sure yet what are the main reasons that we would need to say out loud better.
Mm. Do you have any ideas about this?
Yeah, well, I would agree about that. We are not really good at actually telling what we can offer and what we can't offer. Probably even that would be more important also to articulate that what we are for and what we are not actually offering, so that it wouldn't be a disappointment. But I would really agree that it's very randomly. Some people know exactly and they have studied carefully, or rather their former teachers or parents have studied where they should apply. And then there are those who want to have an adventure, that it's a cold country, it's in the middle of the nowhere, or you don't know anything about it, and very sort of reasons that have nothing to do with the university or school or place. Yeah.
So there's a lot of market research to be done yet.
Yeah.
Maybe, and we are also such a humble culture that we don't want to make a fuss about ourselves, and then we don't know how to promote things.
Can I have a comment here?
Yes.
About the education. What we found out it's the Finnish education for foreign-born artists and cultural workers is very important, because during the studies you create the networks, and for example from Theater Academy, most of the students already are hired during their student time, so and they already have these very important networks, how to employ, how to become a freelancer, and have short period of working periods, etc. Is that because that you stay here and you know people, and you can go around. So and the artists circles are so small here that when you study here, then you get to know everyone. And then we also found out that in cultural institutions or somehow that directors or recruiters don't trust to foreign education, and we were told that it's very difficult to know about the quality of the education and the papers people come here. So
yes, I'd like to comment on that and then ask you also, because I mean, at least from some students I have heard that uni art can be very unequal, that whom the teachers promote forward. So that it can be that some students get very much support and connections and kind of introductions to different, in all art fields. It can be curators, it can be theater groups, it can be orchestras or different opportunities. And then there are students who actually don't get that support. And I think that is something, and it's not based on whether they are foreign or Finnish. But I think that is, and it would be nice to hear your experience about that.
This is also, of course, a very big question, especially I was there in the student union for many years and we discussed this, that it is based on personal relations between the teacher and the student, and some of them, for some reason, prefer other students over others and give them the networks that the students need. In some ways, the students are at the mercy of their teachers. But of course, this is not the case for everyone. Some get equal treatment, equal care from their teachers. But this is something that is proven to be really hard to monitor and hard to tackle as an issue. Like, I know we are aware, I know you're doing a lot, but it's still at the same time hard to track why that is, why some teachers choose to act in such a way that's not equal.
And there's always a good excuse for it.
Yeah, of course.
So that it's a kind of, it's an issue that we are aware, but haven't been able to actually solve it.
I was thinking that, you know, let's assume that someone comes here to study art, they get an okay treatment and they are able to graduate, and then what happens? What happens to the young, fresh professionals? Do they go back to their home countries with the education that they gained here, or do they stay here? What's the next step after that?
For me, it seems many would like to stay. If they've gone to school here, they would want to stay here. They've formed personal relations here, they have an apartment, and then the step to working life can become a real issue. For reasons such as when you look at open application, like for jobs, they might only be in Finnish, or even though the job doesn't really require you to know Finnish. Starting from those kinds of things, it's really hard to understand how the step into working life is going to happen. And that's also hard for the Finnish-speaking people who are artists. It's not straightforward. It will never be in art straightforward, taking the leap. But that was actually, if I can promote my own organization for this, is that we had this idea that we need a system to enhance the route to working life. And Art for All does this, so we can do a community kind of work thing. We had a festival last fall where artists could come, present work, and they'll have now job samples of what they're doing. They will gain a network of people who will arrive there, and those things are very valuable. Even if you have just one show somewhere, the tape of that can lead you anywhere. So it's about having just maybe one network and trying to just find your first job, and after that it'll be easier.
Yeah. And a follow-up question to Satu. Does the ministry have some kinds of policies in order to keep talent here?
Well, yes, in a way, obviously, the ministry's work is quite heavily related on the legislation and reforming it. When it comes to the international students that have completed their degree here in Finland, of course, those are a big and important target group for the whole talent boost work as well. Because obviously, we want to keep the people who have come here and who want to stay here. We also want to provide them with the opportunities in working life after their graduation. Ministry of Education and Culture is supporting higher education institutions. I think Mario already mentioned that you're getting a funding from the ministry for creating programs and other types of financing instruments from the ministry are available for the higher education institutions so that they could create those models and projects through which the international students could improve their connections to the working life and also integrate better into the Finnish society, and also that way create those bridges and connections so that it would be easier for them to find their place in Finland after graduation. When it comes to the legislation, actually last Friday a new law came into force that grants the international degree students the residence permit for the whole duration of their studies. So now they don't have to seek new residence permit each year. So that's definitely a good thing. And also the residence or the work seeking permit after graduation has been now extended to 2 years. It was 1 year before, so that also makes it a bit easier for the international students to stay here after the graduation.
Do you have some sort of programs for this kind of thing for the graduating foreign students?
Well, we have sort of for all students working life skills, sort of what is taught in our open campus. And now, as Satu mentioned, this talent boost, and then there is this international program. So we are creating different kind of tools and programs actually to help them to stay and enter the working life. And one thing what I think personally would be really important actually to promote the whole Finland, because now I think that it's quite often people want to stay in Helsinki environment and thinking that everything happens here. But there are also lots of opportunities in the rest of the country, and sometimes it's actually easier to get working grants in the smaller places, if you think as a freelance artist, or opportunities. As in Helsinki, the competition is much harder. But then there is also this language issue which we are tackling, and I really would encourage everybody to, even if you don't need it absolutely, to sort of be able to speak Finnish or Swedish, but at least some kind of a basic communication skills. Like when I go to another country, I can't cope with Finnish there. So it's a sort of, it makes a big difference. And then of course we should speak Finnish with foreigners and not to practice our own English.
That's a big one. Not to always start with English when you see a face like mine. Okay, but you, Satu and Jana, you both mentioned these programs that are now kind of like they've started, they're underway, but when can we see some results? When can we have some data and know the impacts of these programs?
Well, that is a good question. I think we already touched upon the difficulty of measuring. Obviously, we do like lots of follow-up is done constantly on these different measurements, but then measuring the impact, that's actually quite difficult, and it can be only measured, I think, through a longer period. So we just need to be patient. But I've been working with this team for the past 5 years, and I would like to say that development has been done and things are changing. Obviously, the change might not be as fast as we would like to see, but things are improving. And obviously, when it comes to the students and measuring or following if they stay in Finland after graduation or not, I think that survey is done regularly, maybe 2-3 years, every 2 or 3 years or so. So obviously from there we can see also some trends.
Yeah, and we are actually, well, this year has been lots of planning and really planning different activities and actions that we take, and we start in the next term actually putting them into action, and also including when we think about our international staff, including their families also, because it's quite often if you come with the family and one is employed and the other one is at home and there might be children, it's a difficult situation, but to be more inclusive, thinking sort of forming the whole community. And it needs a lot of rethinking, and it's not easy. It's if we think about us sort of a middle-aged people who think that we know how to do things, and then suddenly we get from 20 years younger peers' ideas that, well, what you think is good, it's actually not working, that how to really sort of re-channel your brain and think that, well, this can be done in a different way. So it's a sort of a big learning curve for all our student administration, sort of all the levels, teaching, curriculum work, you name it, recruitment policy, everything.
Yeah. So we have to be a little bit patient still.
Yeah, I don't think that I can next spring tell that everything is brilliant, so perhaps...
Yeah,
you
we'll
know.
give you a little bit of time and then
Thank
get
you,
back.
thank you.
So get back in a couple of years. Mario, are you there? Yes.
Yes, I am.
My question to you is, do you have any statistics related to this question of how the talent stays here in Finland after they complete their education?
Short answer, no.
Short and sweet. Should there be?
No, okay, not yet.
Yeah.
We are right now doing a research about the artists in Finland and kind of digging. It's a handwork and about the registers and from Statistics Finland and different professions that could be considered as an artistic professions or a cultural field, because the Statistics Finland is doing some kind of statistics about the creative workers, and but then there is it's very difficult to find out who are foreign born or what's the diversity of the group. But we try to do it visible within 1 year. It takes time, but it's a tricky question and need to be studied, I think, because otherwise we don't have any basis for decision making. But there is I don't know, is it civilized estimation, but there is an estimation from Arts Promotion Center, which I've heard that they have annually around 8,000 applicants who apply grants using other languages than Finnish, Swedish, Sami. So this is something, but that not all artists apply grants, and I worked in University of Art and Design, the former or an Aalto University, and educate game designers, and I know they all are hired somewhere, and designers and artists and visual artists and dramaturgs and probably not asking any grants.
Yeah, that's true. So there are differences across art forms too. Okay, we've reached our last question, which is again a very small question. And then after that, we're going to have a conversation with the audience. But the last question is, where do you see this current situation in 5 years? What will have changed? Who wants to go first?
Well, if I go first, because I was the last in the first question, almost last. Well, obviously, I do hope that that all the work that everybody is now doing in this field has moved forward, and most of the issues and obstacles that we are facing and the immigrants are facing have been tackled. I hope that Finnish society is diverse, inclusive, and welcoming to people, no matter where they come from, and that immigration is not seen as a kind of like a separate island, but that it would be just like a normal and crucial part of Finnish society, if I may kind of like draw cotton clouds, so to say.
I can continue. Very similar answer. I hope everything turns out well, but 5 years is of course a very short time, so I can't really say which of these things will have progressed in a way that it will have an impact. One thing that definitely will have an impact is post-COVID or COVID in the future and the transition to online, which benefits people applying from abroad, at least in the application phase, and people are looking at the global world from an online perspective as well. So maybe that'll have some kind of an effect on people coming here to study and work.
Well, in 5 years' time, I strongly believe that in UniArts we have been able to renew our recruitment policy, and then also that there would be in Art Promotion Center, in cultural foundations, different sort of funding agencies, more peer reviewers who come from a different concept of art. Because I think that that is something that will actually have a great impact, whether foreign-born or artists who are representing different sort of different art form from the acknowledged contemporary art in Western concept. But if the peer reviewing process would be also inclusive different views, then I think that would actually help for employment and getting working grants. I really hope that our student body will be even more international in the terms that students who live in Finland, whether they are born here or have migrated with different cultural background, that they would actually apply to UniArts. And so that our sort of entrance exam system has developed. I'm sure it won't change completely, but at least that it has got some new dimensions to be more inclusive in that way.
That sounds like a very doable thing,
yes.
Actually.
Yeah,
like a realistic
very
thing.
realistic, yes, yeah. Then everything else is wishful thinking.
Yes. And what about Mario? Where do you see the situation in 5 years?
I have a dream, after 5 years there will be peace on earth and no any kind of refugees. Everybody are citizens and free to come and free to go. Actually, and something like what I can see in London, that when I go to see the classical theater, Shakespeare, the actors will be diverse, so that not only soldiers and servants are people of color, and the rest are white. But I don't know. I was actually thinking of this question, looking backwards, and it's a tricky question. Then I remember 2009 when I was sitting in my first governmental ministerial group, making plans and kind of recommendations about this same thing, and I think we're still working with the same questions, and most of the tricky problems we haven't managed to solve yet, and we're still in various state of action plans. We are still speaking about the same questions and still repeating the same recommendations, and maybe something could happen, within 5 years. Let's be positive, because we need to continue our work.
Thank you. I think we tackled all the questions on the list. Now we can take questions from the audience and from the online audience.
So
Who
maybe
has the mic?
first we can start with the online audience. So we have question to Satu Salonen and Jana Erkkilä-Hill. Where are the open calls for working at the UniArts Helsinki as lecturers and teaching? Who makes the decisions? why foreign-born cultural professionals such as artists, teachers, and researchers are not finding these open calls. Why is it required Finnish language as a mother language in the open calls? Why only uni arts Finnish students get positions as lecturers? Why foreign-born professionals, motivated artists who apply for positions such as lecturers are not even called for interviews, even if they graduated as doctors or have masters made in Finland, but not in uni arts? So that was a quite long question from online participant Rita Vargas.
Thank you for the question. The open calls, when we have an international call, when the language requirement is not actually that the teaching is not taking place in Finnish, then the call is in English. It's on our websites, but it's also very recently we are now in the middle of the recruitment process. We had an international open call, and the place was announced only in English and on international academic job websites. Then it's each academy actually decides about their posts, and the language requirements, they vary. In some cases, when the teaching is in Finnish, then you have to be able to do it in Finnish. And in the other academy, in a Swedish program, you have to be able to do it in Swedish. I wouldn't say that there is conscious discrimination and a kind of policy not accepting foreign backgrounds, but as I told previously, we are very much aware of being not as diverse as we should, and we are working on it.
What was the question for me?
So it seems that it was like all together,
Okay,
like
well,
all the questions are to...
Well, I think Jana probably was the best person to answer to those questions about the open calls.
Okay. Should I read it again or? Okay. Well then. Okay. We have no other online questions at the moment, so maybe there are audience questions here.
Hi, I have a question, I don't know to whom, but being inside some culture sets your way of thinking usually, and when people come from different cultures, they see the things differently. I think this is a very important thing with diversity. So I'm just curious about your opinion, how we can utilize this other point of view and other ways of thinking. Thank you.
Well, I think that's actually a very key question when you talk about the diversity of for example, working life. Usually, and this is very stereotypically said now, so please forgive me. Usually, people who come from the same cultural background tend to think and see things in a very similar way, and usually something that's a bit different from the way that we're used to seeing things might be a bit scary and intimidating and maybe even threatening to some. So I think that the challenge is kind of like to recognize, or the key is to recognize your own way of thinking and then understand where your viewpoints are coming from, and then maybe through that also understand where the other person's views and thoughts are coming from, and also take the leap to the scary side of unknown territory or outside your comfort zone, and be open to different ideas and different ways of seeing things or doing things. I think that's basically the only way by being altistua. Sorry, I lost the word in English. Being exposed, is it the right word? Being exposed to those also make it easier in the next phase to open your own way of thinking.
Yeah, I would just say from the perspective of quality of art and what we want to do as artists, I think multidisciplinary things and doing art with somebody who does a different art than you, speaks a different language than you, it always produces better outcomes, even if we just look at the end product. So there's only benefits there, I think, in diversity.
And I think that one key point is actually to keep on dialogue, so that as long as we sort of keep things in our heads and are in a way crumbling that you don't understand really me, but if I don't talk to you and then there is sort of it's very easy to stay in your own bubble, and I think that this kind of open discussion, even if the opinions would vary and not actually meet, but there is a possibility for mutual understanding if we are outspoken, and then perhaps come closer and find a way to benefit.
Yeah, may I add? There's good ideas or good questions and answers. But one of my wise teachers told me that if you wish to change the world, the education and pedagogy is the best way. I would like to raise one experience. This diversity agents that course and what GAP and Culture for All has run, and I think this I've been lucky to meet to do courses and discuss with the students, and I think this is very important work, because when you have to jump over sectors and or get to know different cultures, that you might need an interpreter, someone who leads you or knows the background very well. And in these diversity agent courses, I think that the knowledge what the agents are getting and then the experience what they already have, it's a very valuable combination to lead other groups to the conversation and to the dialogue stage. I would like to see these courses to go on.
Hi. One of the obstacles is this on. One of the obstacles that foreign-born people face in Finland is that their diplomas are not acknowledged. I mean, this has been the case among my friends. And is there anything done, or will there anything be done for this?
Well, obviously the Ministry of Education and Culture and the Finnish Agency of Education, those do kind of like the official recognition of diplomas and qualifications. Then in addition, there's I know that some of the higher education institutions, for example, organize, sorry, I'm having a bad English day, I can't get the word, täydennyskoulutus, kind of like a...
Continuation.
Sorry, what was
Continuation.
it? Continuation, kind of like a continuation of your education. I'm sorry, I'm lost of the advanced. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, advanced education programs, where you can kind of like feel your previous diplomas that you have gotten from somewhere else than Finland. But I do have to say that it is, I don't know who said it, but it is a bit of a problem in Finland that most employers value the Finnish certificates, and they don't recognize, even if you have had that official certification from the governmental organizations, they don't still, see the value of that diploma.
Yeah, it's the same situation for Finnish people who have a foreign diploma.
Exactly,
like
yeah,
myself.
exactly, yeah.
I must say that in that question, at least in UniArts, we don't think that a foreign master's degree or PhD is invalid, so that they are taken the same as ours. Yeah. And then, of course, I think that what is sort of advantage in a cultural field and in art fields, that it actually not your paper that plays the major role, but the work that you have been doing. So that if you can show in your portfolio, then the paper is not the only thing that is looked upon.
Hello, hi. I've been reflecting on the entire seminar, and one of the things that I wrote down was targeted actions. And there's a lot of things happening. I've lived here 5 years, and I've noticed, for example, there's not enough galleries doing art fairs. There's not enough galleries promoting not even Finnish artists, let alone foreign-born artists. There are no proper studio spaces except for the one that is, I think, 7 in Helsinki that's done by the Heka that helps artists. And a lot of the art studios are basements. And there's not enough art experts in general, and the ones that are art experts are only educated in a homogeneous Finnish way. So that's the one thing. That's like the layer, what we see. But in the last 5 years, what I have noticed is this general air of tension between Finns and non-Finns. So as much as we do get help in some things, the tension is still there. So when a door opens, the tension creates another door to be shut. And unless this tension is being dealt with, that's the only thing for progress for both Finns and non-Finns. Because on one hand, the Finnish people are really insecure. Oh, we might lose our culture. What about Finnish people? And then the foreign-born artists are saying, well, we want to collaborate. We want to be part of this culture. And so this resistance is always there. So in terms of targeted actions, I'm highly suggesting that we collaborate on many things, or at least that Finnish galleries or Finnish institutions or Finnish universities, Finnish artists collaborate with other non-Finn places. Sorry, I'm a bit passionate.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think that this was really important, and I would say that, well, it could be a recommendation from the ministry or then from GAP or from all of us. Actually, this peer reviewing from in all the funding agency would be very important, because when I was here back in Rovaniemi and tried to help, there was an Iraqi sculpture couple and wanted to actually apply for a public art project. I helped them to do several funding applications, and none of them was successful because there was the images of the work they were planning to do, and it didn't look like a Finnish or Nordic. And I think that that is a big issue, so that even if there is professionalism, there is a skill, there is education somewhere else, but if all the peer reviewers are sort of with like my kind of education or background or concept of art, it will never be a successful to get any grants or gallery spaces. And I think that can only change if we change the way how we evaluate them.
I really think that the action should be that we have to overcome the tension, and whether it's through we have to overcome this tension. And this could be through psychologists working together with professionals, Finns and non-Finns, because the tension is both ways. On one hand, it's homogeneous in terms of woke culture. That's the only culture for non-Finnish artists at the moment, that art is activism, and actually art is more than that. There's all different types of art. And prior to Finland, I was living in Paris, and there's so many different ways to make art, and there's a space for every type of art, and that includes activist art. And overcoming homogeneity, that there's not just one way for either side. And yes, there is a side. There's the Finnish side, and then there's the non-Finnish side. And the tension needs to be overcome so that we can be various, we can be diverse, we can be everything peacefully and different.
Okay, we have one online question.
Yeah, hi. We have an online question, or a question from the online attendees. Angela asks if the focus of employability is reinforcing educational system, are students from the university allowed to be represented? As, for example, the students' board is only for Finnish speakers. Is there an open tool in your institutions to aim that? Thank you.
Was the question whether or not English-speaking people can represent in the student union? And yes, okay, yes, wonderful. Yes, they can. And yes, there might be some obstacles having to do with the language issues, but at least when I was the chair, I really looked into it a lot, and I made sure that there are translations. But there's not a reason why that shouldn't be done, but that is a very important question that I think is something that the student unions need to collaborate with the university on, where to find the funding for there to be possibilities for everybody to participate. But in general, in terms of reality, of course, there are issues, but yes.
Yeah, I would say that there is the one obstacle is because we were discussing about this, that can we have a non-Finnish speaking representative in our, for example, the governing body of the university. And that is a problem because our administrational language is Finnish. So all the sort of official papers are in Finnish. So that even if we can have in our sort of, we can have a simultaneous interpretation when we have meetings, we are sort of, we have taken care of the spoken oral language issue by providing interpretation. But then when it comes to actually to be a representative in an official governing body, there is a need for Finnish because the papers are in Finnish. And that applies also for the staff representatives. And you are looking at your watch and I keep my...
I want to just quickly say that, of course, this is a question of courage and making this an effort. So this kind of sounds like I'm making excuses. Of course, it should be done in a way that everybody who speaks English can be a representative. And it's just because this matter is not addressed enough. And yes, I, for my part at least, I'm sorry for not making more of a progress when I had the year of my time in doing this.
Yeah, I have an experience of teaching 15 years in the University of Art and Design, and all these masters where I taught and where I was a professor, they were multilingual language, or so to say, we all spoke bad English, but never mind, they were diverse, and we had students from all over the world, which was really nice, and for a long time, many years, I thought it's a normal stage.
Hello.
My name is Laura Gazotti. I am part of the diversity agent team. I'm part of the Association Culturiquescus Niño, and I am member of the Spanish-speaking and Portuguese-speaking community. Then we have many members here in this meeting today. Thank you so much for your intervention. I would like to remember in next year, 2023, will be 15 years and Finland have the Finnish refugee politics. Is 50 years then Finland received the first group of refugees, the Chilean families. And I like to underline that because you introduced the concept of community in this discussion, and I'm talking about this perspective. This community of the Chilean refugees started to develop action in the beginning when they arrived here to Finland to promote languages, the heritage language, Spanish in that case. And they start to work with kids in the way to reinforce and to make a space where they can use Spanish in a more natural way. This was the beginning of the Kotikieli, and it is part of the story. My intervention is in the way to recover the story of our immigrant communities, the initiatives, the good results and also the bad results. Because if we like to research what happened at the moment, we need to search what happened in the earliest time. And connecting with our community, I can count with my hand how many musicians from Sibelius Academia are with this background, from parents from this community, the Chilean families that arrive with Asami refugees. But nowadays we have teachers in arts in Sibelius. I will use more, because I am more familiar with Sibelius Academia, but we have teachers there with these kind of families, and also we have new students from this big world that speak Portuguese and Spanish. Then, of course, there are some countries that is in Europe, but there are many, and the big community is in America and in other countries in Africa. But at the same time that this community improved the work and inspire and make pushing the politics in the way of languages, of course, cover for the possibilities and offer the Constitution of Finland. If I am talking about literature, children literature, even in this 15 years, we haven't one writer that is writing in Finnish or Sweden from this community. Also, in the books published in Finland, we have only in the last year 2 characters that represent the Spanish-speaking community from kids who live here in Finland. But writer for Finnish, no writer from somebody from that community that have 15 years historic in that country. Nowadays, the topic of inclusion and representation is in the table. But we have many things to do. This community have directors in Aalto University, have some directors in Helsinki University, but one of the most active channel that these artists or students were find places in the university and also in the marketplace was music. And the Helsinki University closed the program of musicology, then offer a perspective not only of traditional music, also the new thinking about music. This is what happened. I would like to invite the research institution to think in the story and the process of not only this community, that probably is the more old community of refugees, but also in the other communities, the bigger one. What happened with Somalis? Why we have not so much students in different areas from Somali families till now? Thank you so much. This is only a reflection and inspiring you to research the story of the initiative of this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I remember when the 1973 the Chilean refugees started to come, and I think one thing why they integrated in so well or quite rapid in the Finnish society is that the solidarity movement that started to work with them, or they started to work with the solidarity movement for Chile, and that was something. And the music played very important role at that time, more than literature, for example, or poetry, which was also very important. And the active and talented persons like Alfonso Padilla, who was a student at that time, and managed to get some scholarships also for his studies here. I think it was something that had very important influence, all these things. But nice that you brought this memory.
Can I comment very shortly? Because I think that this, you were referring that there should be research, and I fully agree that in a way to do the sort of the kind of memory, there is still oral memory and there is written sort of the history, but that needs really a very sensitive approach, because I did probably 10 years ago, even more, a sort of a well-intended but badly received attempt to collect the stories from Sudanese children right after they had come as refugees, and without actually being aware of whom to approach in the community, what are sort of the internal hierarchies and values, and I think that when we think about actually doing a research especially in the refugee communities, we need to be sort of that it has to be conducted by the people inside the community, funded by the funding agencies, but so that it's not kind of done from outside, imposing something or assuming. So that a very important point, but then needs careful planning. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No. But it's just sort of needs to be done in the right way. Yeah.
Can I continue from here? Hello, my name is Anna Danshev. I'm a Finnish-born artist myself. I'm a Finnish-Bulgarian. I'm also one of those persons who are called mixed Finns. I have graduated from Global Music Program in Sibelius Academy, and I'm really happy that you pointed out this topic as well, because now when we are talking about like Finnish-born and Finnish and foreign artists, let's make that very simple way. I would like to point out as well that the fact we have challenges when we are talking about the Finnish side. What is Finnish artists? Who is Finnish artist? I am born in Finland, and I'm still, after 25 years as a professional musician in Finland, sometimes considered as a foreign and exotic and ethnic and all these kind of titles that are not always really pleasant. So while we are talking about this big issue like how to welcome foreign artists, and we should welcome and we only benefit from that, we should also talk about the Finnish side. What is Finnish? And I'm happy that you mentioned music because I'm also representing Finnish Musicians Union, and in Finnish Musician Union we actually do work where we try to reach out also to the different communities where the music is still kept as a heritage, like a cultural heritage. So, thank you.
Yes, I think our time is up. Thank you for all the comments and for the conversation, and to the panelists. It was a great starting point, and we'll come back in a couple of years to see what we achieved.
What we have done.
Yes, to check.
Less than
Thank
5.
you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Coco.
So there is a button, I found it. I know you want to talk, but you cannot talk really yet because I have to tell you that there is food behind you. And I know, I'll go there. We have our chef. He is coming up. He would like to introduce and present the food to you all. Good day.
sätta den säkert på.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Iva Puru. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, board member for Global Art Kulttuuria Kaikille. And in this panel discussion for Nordic art and cultural specialist and manager, we'll discuss how director can become change maker for inclusion and diversity. The panel discussion is arranged by the Nordic Network for Non-Critical Leadership in cooperation with Culture for All Service and Inmart. This panel is moderated by Rita Palgelen, who is the Executive Director for Culture for All. Welcome.
Thank you all, or thank you, Ivapuro, and thank you all for being here. I'm very happy that we can have this panel today, and I'm also very happy for the whole event. I'm sorry the Nordic Network for Non-Critical Leadership, we have a meeting going on right now, and some of my colleagues in the network are also here on the front line, some of them. So unfortunately, we could not be here in the morning, but the program is really wonderful, and I'm very happy also to see that so many of you are here. I'm also very happy that all the people that I asked for a panel said immediately yes, and that we can be so many in the panel, although I have to try to see you all. My name is Rita Pakvalen, and I'm the Executive Director of Culture for All. Culture for All is an organization here based in Finland with the aim to promote accessibility and diversity within the arts and culture field, to help art organizations to be inclusive but also accountable for following the laws when it comes to inclusion and accessibility. And so we have been working with these issues for 20 years soon, and we have also been coordinating the diversity agent program and courses. Maybe I could ask all the diversity agents in the room, could you raise your hand? Diversity agents, because I can see a lot of you here, and I know that some are in the restaurants, and people who have been trained at Culture for All, yeah. And we will come back to that. Arlene will talk about the diversity agents. We also have this discussion is arranged by the Nordic Network of Non-Critical Leadership, and it's a network that started 2019, and we have been meeting since then. First in 2019 we met 2 times, and then of course Corona came, and we got some funding. We have funding from the Nordic Council, and this is the first time we can meet again after 2.5 years. So we are also happy to be here together. And this is also organized together with Culture for All and with IMART. And Nicole will talk about what IMART is, but it's an organization in Denmark that is a bit similar to Global Point, not necessarily in all aspects, but you do a bit similar things in Denmark. But I will introduce the panel, and then I will shortly just say some topics that I want us to think about today. And I also want us after this, that we will open the discussion for all of you as well, and I hope that you will be active, and I also hope that people online can maybe send some questions But I want us also to think about how can directors within the art sector be made accountable for inclusion, and how can we all help art and culture directors to be more inclusive, so that we go out from this room with some kind of ideas of how to make a change. Because I think that art directors have to become change makers, because we need to change the art world in order for the art world to be more inclusive. So I start, Nicole Savinetti. You will introduce yourself a bit later, but you're a PhD, founder and director of ImArt. And you also have a new profession that you will start with later. Ulla Kjellgren, director of Nordic Culture Point. And for those of you who do not know, Nordic Culture Point is an institution that also hands out money, but you are under the Nordic Council, and you also work very tightly with the art policy and the cultural policies in the whole Nordic region. Then we have Helga West, who is an indigenous Sami theologian and author from Detni River Valley in Sapmi. But Helga West has also been working with us at Culture for All, working with how Sami writers can be made more visible, and what are the obstacles for Sami writers to work within the Nordic field, and especially in Finland. And then we have Arlene Tucker, who is working currently at Culture for All. She is diversity educator, artist, but also a but you are a diversity agent, but she's been coordinating now the second course of the diversity agents course in Finland. And then we have Amelie Örum Hansen, who is a chief consultant of Gent of the Central Library, co-founder of the Nordic Network of Norm-Critical Leadership. Together we coordinate this network. And you're also a founder of the National Rainbow Network for Library Employees in Denmark, and you've also been working very much with DA questions within the national library sector. So this is the people here in the panel. So the topic today is inclusive leadership or norm-critical leadership within the Nordic countries. Inclusion and equity is something that are central in all strategies in the Nordic countries. It is something that we all have. It's written everywhere, it's in the laws and in the cultures, legislation, cultural strategies. But we all know that it doesn't necessarily mean that it's always inclusive, or that there are no discrimination within the arts and culture field. On the contrary, there are a lot of blank spots, places there, obstacles that people who do not belong to a certain kind of norm, speak a certain kind of language, do face when trying to enter. And now we are talking only from the perspective of working in the arts field. We are not talking now about audiences. We are talking who is working there, who has the chance to be on the stage, what are the obstacles. And we also, I hope that we can talk also intersectionally. Today we are talking, this is very much about diversity and about people working within the arts field who are not born in the countries that they are working. But I hope that we can also talk about from an intersectional perspective, because we are all humans with all kinds of different groups that we belong to, and sometimes we might be excluded in many different fields, or included in some fields and excluded in others. So let's talk about queer issue, let's talk about artists with disabilities, let's talk about indigenous artists and migrant artists and what have you. And everything in connection, because we are all humans with different kind of abilities and possibilities. And then we are also going to talk, I hope, because one cannot talk now about the inclusion of artists without talking about the current situation. So how Corona has affected the art world, the funding, and how can we, because my fear is that because so many cultural institutions have had their funding cut, that suddenly DA questions are put aside. So how can we make institutions accountable in a time of crisis? And then we have the Ukraine, the current situation in Ukraine with the refugees asylum seekers coming to the Nordic countries. How can we make sure that people who are not only the Ukrainians, but people who are in a difficult situation, how can we make space and at the same time talk about future? Not only talk about the current crisis, but talk about future, long-time planning. So that is what we are going to talk about, and small problems to solve today. Nicole, do you want to start?
I can start. Thank you, Rita, for the introduction, and thank you so much to GAP for organising this art summit and welcoming IMART and the panel. I'll just spend a couple of minutes sharing a little about the climate that we're working in Denmark, about IMART's evolution, and about the challenges facing the arts and culture sector regarding inclusive leadership. So similar to most other places, in Denmark, the experience of and access to culture can vary greatly across the country, and also according to the political climate. The lack of attention to ethnic diversity and inclusion is strongly reflected in the political parties' language use, for example, in their statements about their cultural policy. So if we keep in mind that migrants and their descendants constitute approximately 15% of the population, and that persons with non-Danish backgrounds are proportionally overrepresented in the arts and culture field, so keep that in mind. Of the 7 parties that have 10 or more representatives in Parliament, I looked through their cultural policy statements, and in many of them there's what I would consider excessive use of the term Danish to describe people and actions. Only one of the parties doesn't use the adjective at all, and that is also the only party that mentions people of foreign origin at all. And then there are only 2 parties that do not use the word Danes. So this is just one small example taken from documents. So as many of you already know, one of the key elements in achieving inclusive organisations is that the top management has to be on board. And without their buy-in, most D&I initiatives fail. I believe that the greatest challenge in working towards inclusive leadership in the arts and cultural sector in Denmark is the struggle to get this top management, namely the politicians who are elected, and make decisions about how well or poorly the arts and culture sector is supported, getting them on board. Originally conceived of as an action research postdoc project that would operationalise linking social capital. Linking social capital is when you make bonds and ties with people outside of your usual circles. So IMART was originally conceived of as a project that would use linking social capital to positively impact the process of inclusion and sense of belonging for artists of foreign origin. It was founded in 2016 in response to the influx of creative talent arriving from Syria. At that time, migrants to Denmark and their descendants constituted just a little over 10% of the population. Born and brought up in the UK, I have Jamaican and Indian heritage. I've lived and worked in Spain and Germany, and for the past 23 years I've been permanently resident in Copenhagen. As you mentioned, I have this PhD in social policy, and I had a specialisation in migration and social citizenship from Tampere University. So in my professional and personal opinion, Denmark is challenged by difference. Full stop. In the context of migration, this naturally challenges and impacts integration policies and outcomes, and results in an ongoing struggle with the acceptance that structural discrimination and racism exist. In spite of these barriers, during its relatively short life, IMART has enjoyed great success at the grassroots level in Denmark and abroad, working directly with artists and cultural workers of all nationalities to create new opportunities and positively affect change. Pre-pandemic, IMART evolved organically, to some people's frustrations, with very few rules and restrictions regarding who could or could not join our team, who could or could not join our network, and also which types of projects we undertook. I got a lot of criticism for this, but I resisted and continued because I really believed in this approach. So now our operational team, board and advisory board consist of people with different gender identities, different ethnicities. We have more than 10 nationalities within our group and a great deal of neurodiversity. This level of diversity didn't come about by chance. It's a result of my upbringing, education, and my unconscious biases. I'm a person who gravitates towards diversity and who is very much at home with difference. So formally, or rather consciously, educating myself in the field of D&I is a measure that I felt was necessary to take at this stage in IMART's life and also in my own career. So 6 years on and post-pandemic, IMART is moving away from the problematic concepts of integration and migration, which tend to place an unbalanced focus and responsibility on the migrant, and towards greater inclusion and mindfully paying greater attention to intersectionality. And this in the projects that we undertake, how we undertake them, with whom we undertake them, and for what purpose. We're necessarily thinking beyond nationality and more universally about diversity in the fullest sense of the word and inclusion. So my hope and ambition, and IMART's hope and ambition, is to affect other arts and cultural institutions to make the necessary changes as well, so that we make culture and the arts accessible for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your description also about the journey, how organizations move from one point to another one. Thank you also for the concept of social capital, because also social cultural capital is something that is so invisible somehow often, and that is also something that is a threshold, something that is not necessarily so tangible. Let's move to Ola.
Okay, Rita, thank you very much for this invitation. My name is Ola Kellgren, and as you can hear, I'm from Sweden. I'm the director of the Nordic Culture Point, an institution of the Nordic Council of Ministers, which works to support Nordic cooperation within the area of culture and to increase awareness of Nordic culture in Finland. Nordic Culture Point has 3 different elements: the management of funding programs, a library, and cultural events. Our key target groups are practitioners of art and culture in Nordic and Baltic regions, people living in Finland or in Helsinki who are interested in culture and society, and Finnish school, daycare centers, and universities. We manage the Nordic Council of Ministers funding programs for cultural cooperation. Some forms of funding are aimed solely at professional cultural practitioners, while others are designed to support broader projects that help to strengthen the Nordic dimension in both culture and society at large. Every year, approximately 5 million euros is granted via these programs. Nordic Culture Point also runs a Nordic specialist library at the Kaisaniemi Katu 9 here in Helsinki. It's the only Nordic library in Finland and boasts a collection of fiction and non-fiction magazines and so on. As a third leg of what we're doing, we arrange cultural events where it showcases the different cultures of all the Nordic countries and regions. Most of our events are held at the Kaisaniemekatu. We regularly collaborate with other cultural institutions in Helsinki and across Finland. Our event programs includes literature, film, the visual arts, music, and sometimes also drama. In addition to this, we also organize debates and seminars on current social issues. Some 3 or 4 years ago, we created a vision for our daily work, which translated to English goes something like, everyone should be able to participate in socio-cultural life on equal terms, no matter what their background are. With our own vision in mind, and when the Nordic Prime Ministers came up with a vision in 2019, before the pandemic, the Nordic region will become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world in 2030. We started a discussion on how to work and act as sustainable and inclusive as possible, according to our own visions. We made a thorough analysis on which of the 3 areas we would have the greatest impact. Obviously, it's on the third leg of the Nordic vision, a socially sustainable Nordic region. The result of our efforts was that we created a strategic tool which helps us to focus on the areas where we can achieve a maximum impact, and that is education, or as we say in Swedish or Scandinavian, bildning, diversity, and accessibility. I dare say, whenever we get a chance or when creating our own public events or working with our library, we bear these 3 words in mind. When it comes to the funding programs, I would say that they support projects that leads to a stronger inclusion as the projects are conducted from all over the world. There is also a great deal of new Nordic inhabitants that get a chance to work and act in the cultural field according to their own visions. The system of creating projects run by 3 cooperating countries, of which at least 2 should be Nordic, also promotes inclusion and Nordic cohesion. This also goes for the events that we arrange, where we have a good deal of participants with a background from, among others, Iran, Egypt, Argentina, South Korea, Japan, Italy, UK, and so on. We've arranged talks like Black feminism and Nordic culture, as well as Arctic roots on the conditions for indigenous people of the Arctic, and so on. When recruiting new staff members, when creating public events, and when promoting them, we try to be as inclusive as possible in our own communication. But I can also very well admit that our ambitions are higher than the results so far. I would like to have a more diverse board and staff than I have now, and I have the greatest respect for those who are getting more and more impatient due to the fact that changes take a lot of time. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I will come back to Ola and maybe also to you with the question of strategies and documents, and how those strategies can be used in order to make the world, or this world at least, more accountable and inclusive. One of the things that we have been working very much with Ola and also with the culture point, Nordic culture point, with questions concerning multilingualism, and this is also maybe a question of inclusion, and a question of inclusion in the Nordic region, because when we've been working the actual Nordic, the really shared Nordic language would be maybe Arabic, or yet we are talking about Scandinavian languages as sort of the mutual ground, which we all know is not necessarily true. Or the other real Nordic language would maybe be Northern Sami language, something that connects us throughout the border. And so rethinking about what is the Nordic and how can we rethink the Nordic in a different way, so that we actually can feel that we all are part of the Nordic countries is also something that we can discuss a bit. Yeah, sorry.
I just want to make the short comment that speaking English in the Nordic region
yeah,
is a bit
yeah, but that is that's
no-go.
yeah, but let's leave English on the side, but talk about actually the minority languages. When we talk about minority language, Arabic is the biggest one, not English. Arabic is our shared language. Helga, your turn.
Yeah, thank you. It was nice that you mentioned this Northern Sami, because it's like genuinely Nordic language, because it's spoken in Finland, Sweden and Norway, and even some Sami in Russia wants to study it because it has like a good future prospects. So instead of, you know, like learning Swedish and English or like French and Germany in Finnish school systems, we could all learn Sami languages. Yeah, sorry, my statement off the topic. I prepared a short PowerPoint presentation to support my speech. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the name for my presentation is, as you can read, like how could art contribute to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission concerning the Sami people? I'm a doctoral researcher at Helsinki University, where I research the Nordic Sami reconciliation processes. I'm also a creative writer, but Rita hoped if I could say something about reconciliation in connection to art. And this is a very a dimension to reconciliation processes that is not thought too often. But I just, before I will say my 3 arguments to, introduce the topic, I just let you know that the Sami Truth and Reconciliation Commission was established last October in Finland, and it's the state of Finland's first ever Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So in a way we are living very historic times also in that regard. But I don't know whether you have heard about it, but just so you know. Yeah, we can move forward. So when we are talking about reconciliation and reconciliation processes, the key question could be who should have leadership in the reconciliation process? And this panel is dealing with leadership, inclusion, equity. So it's an important question. Who has the leadership? And by leadership, I also mean ownership. Who owns the reconciliation? And I would say that my first argument is that the Sami should have leadership and ownership in the reconciliation. But it doesn't mean that other actors are not important. They are to support the process. And I have written some key actors here, of course, state representatives, civil society, extremely important supporter, educators, artists, and scholars. And we can all, I would invite you all to think about how could these different actors contribute to national healing and reconciliation. And you can also think, where would you place yourself in this puzzle? And of course, many people, we belong to many sectors and many fields simultaneously. Yeah, we can move forward. My second argument would be to say that reconciliation should be about reorganizing power. And by this I mean reorganizing power structures in a way that it would increase a structural justice. And this is something that reconciliation researchers agree, that reconciliation without concrete changes in power dynamics is not good reconciliation. It can be considered cheap. So what does this mean, structural justice? I would address the ecological aspect together with economic and political. So we need to see shifts in these dimensions. But what it actually means is another question, and we can also think our own organizations, our own expertise and experiences. What could these dimensions mean on a concrete level? It's not easy to say what reconciliation is, because each context is a bit different. But yeah, we can move on. For my final argument, I would like to say that art could be included in the truth and reconciliation process. And this is a kind of perspective that is very often dismissed completely, which is pity, because art institutions, artists, art field in general could offer so much for healing from trauma-burdened past. And this is in my view, it's a great potential. And I have then listed certain examples of, for example, of workshops. For example, could there be exhibitions where people, Sami and others, could bring their photos of their residential school times to bring those memories together collectively, for example? Or how could our Joik livelihoods be included in the process, or literature, Tuotchi, Sami handicraft livelihoods, just to name some examples. How could it be? But I don't mean only the Sami livelihoods or cultural forms. Reconciliation should touch all of us in a way, but how? We could discuss how it could be. Yeah, so those were my arguments. Thank you.
Thank you, Helga, and I think that we are going to come back to how institutions should and could support the process, and also how the art world also could take part and also become aware that it's also, I think that this is a time of learning and unlearning and relearning, and so this and this is something that it's our duty to unlearn and relearn and rethink, and so we can talk about that in a bit. And then Arlene, introduce yourself and talk about diversity agents.
I'm happy that many other diversity agents are here with me today. We are currently 22 who have graduated from the course. The first time the course ran was in partnership with Kupore and also Globe Art Point. And then the second group, which I was happy to be the coordinator of, we have 10 new, fresh diversity agents, and all of us are, well, most of us are non-Finnish born artists and cultural producers. And what we've been doing is, better understanding how to implement diverse equity and inclusion practices in arts and cultural spaces and organizations. And because we all are also artists and or cultural producers, we have that extra know-how of how to implement or see challenges within different contexts. Yeah, so, and I'm really happy to see that at the Gap Art Summit, there are safer space guidelines, and I just want to say that for myself, if you do not understand something I say or have a question, please ask me. So I need to say that for my own safety, I suppose. Nice to be here.
Thank you, Aline. And one of the things that I've been very happy, and thank you also, Globe Art Point, for being, this is actually the second Diversity Agents course, and we have another one earlier, people who graduated in 2020? 20?
19.
Not 19.
Yeah.
19.
Yeah.
1919. 19. Yes, I always forget whether it was 20 or 19. Yes, so yeah. And that was also in cooperation, as you said, with Globe Art Point. And before that, we had another project where we researched the art field together with Globe Art Point and Kupore. And Kupore made a research project on how inclusive and not inclusive the arts field is in Finland. And we also made some from Culture for All. We had a person, Martina Marti, who did this job shadowing work in 4 different art organizations to see how diversity was spelled out, and how visible and invisible it was, and together and Globe Art Point then had a seminar arranged in regards, and this was financed by the Ministry of Arts and Culture, Education and Culture in Finland. But one other thing that I've been really happy about with Arlene, that you've been working very much with pedagogics, and about, because I think about a lot of the things are also with feelings, emotions, that the obstacles, not feeling safe, can also be a way not to enter the space. You might know that you have the formal right to enter the space, but you don't feel safe. And how can we also make safe anti-racist working spaces where everyone can feel safe, that the guidelines are clear, and that everybody, and that it's actually not only a paper on the wall, but also something that can be, that are in work, and something that we negotiate around all the time. So thank you for that. Yeah, Amelie.
Yes. Hi, everybody. I'm very humbled to take part in this panel. I am Amelie, or Amalie. I'm here as an out queer person. I'm using she, her pronouns. I'm also been asked to talk a bit about the power of networks, because that is also a part of framing this dialogue on the behalf of the Nordic Network for Non-Critical Leadership. So I'll do that. And I'm, as you mentioned, chief consultant at a central library in the capital region of Denmark, and work with national and regional DE&I initiatives within the public libraries. So my perspective will probably very much from within the institution. I have a managerial background, but now consultancies are maybe shift between the positions, very privileged positions in this context. So I'm the founder of the National Rainbow Network for Library Employees, as you mentioned, also a union network for LGBTQ+ members, and have co-founded the Nordic Network for Non-Critical Leadership with Rita. And just a bit more, the Non-Critical Leadership Network is a network consisting of 20 leaders, specialists and artists, from within really the arts and culture field, from Sweden and Finland and Denmark, with the focus on developing norm-critical practices. And I just want to return a bit to the network point of it, because I really believe in the power of networks here as systems of care, as an absolutely essential part when working with D&I or non-critical practices, within the quite privileged position of framework of an institution. And especially when pushing agendas such as diversity and inclusion, which are quite often, and in a Danish context, regarded as kind of nice to have and not needed to have still. So the importance of a network or a support system, a system of care, is necessary, both from my experience as, in my time as manager, but now also in the position as a consultant. It's like an essential part of a survival kit. And I think I'll get into that in a moment, and hopefully we can dig deeper into what we mean by norm-critical practices and norm-critical leadership, if it's possible. So yeah, the formal introduction of the network is really that it is funded by the Nordic Culture Point, and it is involving individuals and institutions joining forces to enable professional and cross-disciplinary discussions on norm-critical leadership and practice within the field of art and culture, and also to share best practices on how to develop the field concerning inclusion and diversity and equity. And the aim with this is a kind of formal speech, and then we'll get into deeper. So the aim with the network is to generate new knowledges and also new norm-critical practices within this field. So we have like 3 main objectives, though we quite often, I must say, in practical conditions, we digress simply because it becomes a system of mutual care. I'm looking at the people here. It becomes a system of mutual care, so that often takes up most of our time. But overall aim would be to hopefully create new leadership practices, safer spaces, standards, and institutional allyship in order to make the arts and culture field a lot more diverse and inclusive. And also to create a safe platform for peer support. And we are hopefully also coming out with a conference in February. So, but you can maybe tell more about that, Rita. And norm-critical practices, whether it be in leadership positions or in curating, programming, are often, I think, very lonely practices and difficult when you challenge norms. You are often met with, and you know this better than me almost, with defense or even hostile reactions at times. So the network kind of wishes to deepen the level of sparring and supporting and to create an environment for the participants to also challenge ourselves and become more aware of our own blank spots. Also, I think working with allyship and anti-racist practices, accessibility within norm-critical frame is very much about inhabiting places, institutional places of discomfort, spaces that are also often less valued in the institutions. So I think I'm leaning on Sarah Ahmed here really hard. But I think she's spot on when she's stating that we need to think about the appeal of diversity as an institutional appeal, also making us aware of how we as maintainers of our institutions we often hide behind diversity discourse as a way of protecting ourselves from complicity, masking kind of our own proximity to discriminatory practices. We often make up projects of diversity and then spend less time working within our institutions, challenging, for instance, how some bodies, not others, become strangers. And I think Ahmed puts it, I think I've written it down, sorry. As Ahmed puts it, how some bodies become understood as the rightful occupants of certain spaces. So through diversity projects, on the one hand, I think they have a certain institutional appeal and also very often ticking diversity boxes. The norm-critical practice for me is like often quite unpopular. So it's kind of, it creates some kind of paradox here. And when you're a leader or a manager, you in your norm-critical practice, you risk losing legitimacy, leverage, authority, when you're constantly positioning your own proximity to the problems we're addressing. So becoming the problems that you pose. That, for me, is a core issue for a non-critical approach. Yeah, so the non-critical approach in our network is very much about working together within an intersectional space, finding methods to resist, I think, institutional procedures of stranger making. I'm almost done. Like most of our participants in the network are also in different minoritized position due to gender, racialization, sexuality, bodily ability, and so on. And still, I think an important point would be that many of us are also in privileged positions, paid, while doing this work, though not all. And maybe a thing here is, so it always connects also, it's a work that always connects to one aspect of minority taxation. That would be my point. So I have kind of three short points about networks, and I hope to get to speak about non-critical practices later on. But I find that networks have the power to turn the often kind of individualized problems into organizational or institutional problems. You're not addressing a problem as an individual, but as a collective. That's how I use our network. And also networks have the ability to look a bit like a little institution in itself, thus making the agenda that could seem difficult or unpopular, unapproachable, more engageable for institutions. I'm not proud to say it, but this is how I experience it. And thirdly, just the opposite actually, that networks, they're not institutions. So while being organized enough to look like it, we're also quite free to move in a more activist way, I think, within our parameters. So, yeah, that was my speech. Thank you.
I think there's a lot of questions in your short presentation that I think many of you and us can relate to and things that we can pick up on. I think the network and network of care, maybe I want to just shortly ask Arlene, because you've been working very much with networks of care when we are talking about the diversity agents, and this is something that we also want to sort of continue working, finding a way if we can find money and funding, because it is a very important issue.
Care comes also with self-awareness, and I think that with anti-racist practices, it does come with this personal understanding of one's unconscious biases, for example, and so creating this environment, creating this network of where we can listen to each other and listen to ourselves is very much needed when creating networks. So, hopefully, and we've been using, for example, methodologies such as nonviolent communication to better understand how we communicate, what are our needs, how do we feel, and even through that awareness of what your needs are, then with that comes accountability. So it's very much interconnected.
Yeah. Thank you. And it's also, we're also talking about power, because when I like Amelie's your point of how networks can also it's not the individual problem but the structural problem, and that's easier to address through a network. So when you are representing a network, then it's easier to also take the power position, because if you are an individual approaching an institution to show about a problem within the organization, then you are quite vulnerable in that sense. maybe I want us to go back to the leadership position and to talk about the role of the leaders. And there is a lot of strategies. How can we make those strategies work and how can we make institutional leaders accountable? One of you want to start?
I think it's important to educate oneself and your staff constantly all the time on, for example, on norm criticism or inclusive matters. I think that's very important. For my institution, it's a bit, it's a rare situation for me compared to an ordinary library or museum where I used to work before, because we all work on a maximum 8-year basis, so there's a lot of circulation among the staff all the time. So I can always start new discussions and try to recruit new people, and nobody can say, oh, we tried this 15 years ago. So it's in a nice surrounding in that way.
Yeah. Do you have also, because I know that you've been working very much with strategies and also trying to include a sort of norm-critical approach into your strategy as well. Do you also think, because for those of you who do not know, if you are working within the Nordic Council, you can get a contract for 4 years and 8 years at maximum, which means that there is a rotation all the time. But do you have strategies that go over the rotation? Because of the rotation it's a possibility, but it's also an obstacle in the sense that then if it's only based on having a norm-critical leader and then next time you will have a director that is not, how can you make the institution in the long run accountable for certain, I mean, we all have, the whole culture field are connected to legislation and so on and so forth, and there is the Nordic Council has its own strategies, but then on the practical level, how can we keep on the good work and make it even better?
I think the problem is a lack of continuity, as you say, because the people working, they how do you say it? They make their impact and they have their interest, and hopefully it's within the interest of the institution. I think to make this continuity, you have to have a strong dialogue with the Secretariat that sort of formulates our strategies and documents that come from above, so to say, from the Nordic Ministers of Culture. That's the way where you can focus, I think.
Yeah, I can say from our perspective, I think that something that's happened over the last year is this becoming more aware of ourselves and articulating these things, saying things out loud. And I believe that if you can create a culture within your institution that supports these values, then it shouldn't matter in a way who is hired in or out, because the culture will be attractive to certain people who have similar values possibly, but also in the hiring and recruitment process. In the hiring and recruitment process, the culture comes through, and I think that this is a method.
Yeah, I think that is really important. One thing in our work earlier that we've seen that the middle level has been very interested in, say, diversity and inclusion, and then if you don't ground it on the top level and in all the documents, then it's also very vulnerable also about who has the power in the organization. So in how to keep it like both on the manager level and also on the strategical level is very important to ground it. Recruitment policies. Helga, I was thinking about, Because I want also, I think that institutions should be accountable also for how the truth and reconciliation process is taken care of also within the organizations. And now I'm talking about the organizations that are state funded and funded by the Nordic. How should, for example, Culture Point be working with the process?
Oh, I got a very tough one.
Sorry.
In front of everyone. Oh no, this is so bad.
What kind of support could different organizations give?
Yeah, this is a good question, very difficult, but like Amelie, you said about the allyship. So the Sami people as indigenous peoples everywhere actually need lots of friends everywhere. And without our friend support, many things would have not happened that have been good. So that we have like lots of concrete examples where non-Sami have come and helped us with our struggles against the Arctic Railway mega project, for example. So this allyship is something very concrete thing, and like I would also address something that is very simple, but like sharing information, like sharing stories to shape the national narratives, because the Sami as other minorities have been excluded from those narratives. So we all need to think, how can we include the Sami in those narratives, because reconciliation at the end of the day is about the national memory, national narratives. And like amplifying messages, I don't know why is it so that it seems that nobody's interested in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Like nobody's interested in it. It's strange to me, and it seems that nobody feels responsibility of doing something. Even like sharing Yle article news about the Commission on Facebook would be good. So that we could discuss reconciliation and the past. That is not only past, but still like many colonial practices are going on as we speak.
I think that is really important also that we are not talking about only about history, because it's actually ongoing and something that is ongoing also in very different contexts as well. So it's very important.
Yes, and at the same time, when you support the Sami people, you also give a support for indigenous peoples globally. And when you do that, you end up resisting capitalism, colonialism. What else? You know? You fight for everyone.
Yeah. I have to check my list of questions. I was actually thinking about that earlier when we were. I'm just switching from topic to topic. Colonialism, accountability, and I think now we have the diversity agents, and then there are other people in the room that has been working also with other ways of trying to help organizations to become more aware of the colonialist past, aware of the exclusive strategies, and not exclusive strategies, but well, they are strategies probably, exclusive practices. But what are the means to make directors and accountable for inclusion, Arlene? How can
I mean, this has been one of the biggest challenges for me, and maybe my fellow agents can agree that, you know, as dealing with budget cuts and things like that, but how to make this a priority, how to restructure budgets so that companies and organizations are providing diversity trainings for their colleagues, because it needs to be collective, and it needs to and we were also talking about this before, where, you know, the leaders are making the decisions, but there needs to be how to make it equally important that they are taking the time and space to do this, and that having one diversity training doesn't mean that now we can cross it off our list, but that it's continuous work. So I don't really have an answer. I have just more ways to rethink and approach. You know what I mean? Yeah. So.
You are nodding. You are nodding. Did you want to continue on some
Okay,
ideas?
no, yeah, but it was just, I was thinking back on Nicole and Ola's and connection with you. I mean, also, I think just simply challenging the very normative concept of leadership is kind of like, of course, that's my approach within this because of the network, but because it is very white, very male, I mean, the norms are they're very clear here. And I think one thing is talking about the technologies around the institutions, I mean, the strategies, the papers. I really want to focus also on the concrete practices, everyday practices, because the norms surrounding leadership, in my context, is very single person oriented. And there's a big problem with that, I find, compared to my points with being a network or the plural voices, you know, thinking that you can actually in yourself represent this movement or change making. So in a sense, I just wanted to kind of, you know, poke a bit to the normative concept of leadership, which hasn't been challenged that much, I think, and also why I talk about losing leverage when, I mean, that is also because I'm part of this normative reproduction of leadership, because when you move into the places of discomfort, you do not any longer look like a leader, actually. So these kind of movements are very interesting, and I kind of saw a connection throughout your comments. I hope it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope that we can, at this point, maybe there is a question in the audience. Somebody is walking with a microphone.
So are there any questions from the audience? Because online we don't have any questions yet.
Thank you. And please say your name when
Hi.
you...
Yeah. Hi, Lisa Bomish. I'm representing online peer-to-peer networking platform for arts and culture professionals, Art-Ally. I have a question about strategic perspective on cultural diversity that art and culture organizations take. It's something that puzzled me when I was working on my master's thesis last year, and it was quite practical in terms of that my focus was on organizational perspectives and what ways to promote cultural diversity exist. And I've been looking at networking specifically as one such a way that art organizations can do to promote and support cultural diversity. And then I had this surprise finding, because I didn't look for it specifically, but it just came from data, that the research was focused on Finnish arts and culture field. And so the surprising finding was that perspective on cultural diversity that's on the organizational level quite often treats diversity as a way to be accessible or inclusive, and it's fair enough, of course. However, there is a research that supports the view that on an organizational level, cultural diversity to be sustainable within the organization is best to be treated as a source of learning, and that's what seems to be missing a lot. And so my question is, in your organizational practices, so organization cover institutions, but of course it can be networks or anything. How do you feel about cultural diversity? What's a strategic perspective that your organizations take, for example? Thank you.
So, who wants to? How do you word?
I think I missed a key word in the question.
Cultural diversity on a strategical level in the organization?
Yeah. I think, so IMART is a grassroots organisation. We have a very small operational team. And over the last year, we have professionalised our board and expanded our advisory board. So we have a very active advisory board. And I think because of the nature of our organisation, I want to use the word natural, but it was instinctive to make sure that we have a diverse board, both advisory and executive board. So from our perspective, it was a conscious decision because it was important for the message of what IMART is and also how we are going to grow. Because we believe in the power of diversity and we believe in what inclusive practices can achieve. So I think that I can't speak for an organisation that doesn't have our kind of foundations, but I can perhaps say that I think that if there isn't this core belief in the power of diversity, having diverse teams, it's not enough to just have diverse teams. You have to have inclusive practices as well for the diverse teams to flourish. I think that if that belief is lacking, then there's a challenge. Because you can regulate, you can put laws in place, you can make policies, but if people don't believe in them, then they're challenged with making them effective. I don't know if that answers the question.
And isn't that also, you were talking about the difference between a learning process and the actual diversity within the organization, if I understood it correctly. A learning process is, of course, also needed for that. And there is, I think, two questions at least. One here.
Yeah, hi. I'm thinking about also the history, the past, about other movements, that how things have changed in the world and in our society. If I think about 100 years backward in Finland, we were really a poor country. There were majority of Finns had just minimal rights to anything. And what has been the key to the change, to the development? It has been different kind of movements, labor movement, female, feminist movement, etc. So nobody is giving you the rights if there is somebody who is fighting for them. You just have to work really hard. And I think that this kind of summit is a good starting point to recognize people who agree with you. But to make the change, you have to find those who don't agree with us, because they are the crucial people who have to change their way of thinking and to recognize that there is a problem. There are many problems which we have to change together. So we just have to work hard, we have to fight for the rights and make everything visible which we think are the problems in our society.
Thank you. Do you want to catch up on that?
Yeah, maybe a bit from an institutional perspective, and maybe addressing what you asked also earlier. I'm not sure, but I was just thinking of the libraries in Denmark, the public libraries, where the movement towards a more diverse space is really very slow, partly because of an a narrative that exists already about being open and democratic. So it's very difficult to look that way with critical eyes when it's a part of your DNA in that sense. So that is part of it. But also because the diverse practices we lean upon are like exceptions, projects. The timeliness is always, it's not in a long-term commitment, it is like in projects still. This is just my view on the libraries in Denmark. So it kind of, I mean, within the institution, it is a very, very slow learning process. But maybe what I connected with your question was also then, so where do we create this kind of movement? Or where does development, that is really a weird word, where does it come from then? And for me, or my approach would be that, and you pointed to activist movements, a feminist killjoy, in a professional way, and I know this is kind of undermines the killjoy principle, but still some of the principles would be the way to introduce like activist behavior within the institution. So, yeah, pragmatic approach, I think, yes.
But then I also want to be now take the role, switch from the role from the moderator and be also, and I will want to give the floor to you, Helga, because I mean I do agree that we all have to fight, but I think that the institutions have to fight harder, because the institutions have the power and the money and the obligations to make the space inclusive and accessible. It's not up to the minorities to be the ones who are talking about human rights only. And the Sami people have been fighting for 100 years or more, and it's a hard fight, and now is the time for the rest of the world to see and to also take a step back and listen. But yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say that I got so happy to hear about that you mentioned the civic movements and the importance of them, because historically, if you think of the reconciliation processes or these kinds of big changes, like globally, many are due to civic movements. And actually, how the Sami reconciliation processes started first in the Lutheran churches, it was because of civic movement in South Africa. And who would have known that, you know?
Yeah.
But so theologians came from South Africa first to Norway and then to Sweden and asked that, hey, have we also colonized some people here? And then they replied, yeah, maybe we have, indeed. And then they started the institutional reconciliation process with the Sami already back in the 80s.
Yeah.
So like 35 years ago, and only now the state-run reconciliation processes have started in the Nordic countries of Norway, Finland, and Sweden. So it's a good example of how Christian churches as institutions have actually shown like an example for states and demanded states also do something. And the churches say that, okay, we went along with the Christian imperialism, and we are sorry for that, and now we do the structural changes to include you in our institutions.
Yeah.
So that's what they have done. And as for the civic movements now, I hope to see these kinds of like activist movements around indigenous peoples like becoming stronger. That would be great to see. And the Sami have been shaping the indigenous movement starting from the 70s. But yeah, and I wouldn't mind institutions being more like taking more activist approach for things. I personally appreciate institutions who take a clear stance.
Yeah. And it's a good point how to give space. And I don't know, as Mara, we were talking like 100 years ago about what museums, about giving space also. Do you want to say something about, because you've been working also active in Tryck and the organization in Sweden who is talking about the Afro-Swedish movement, and we were talking at one point also about what is the, because sometimes you also have to give space, and it takes.
Yeah, I'll
Sorry about just, but this is something that I remember that came into my mind, and I remember I was very.
I'll see if I can remember that, because thinking about what you said in the discussion here, I also, sorry, I might come back to that if I remember. I think it's connected to what I was thinking about right now when I was listening. Just regarding this, I feel like civic movements are central to have a functioning democracy, but I also feel it's important to see it as not the main or only solution or way forward. I want to see what I feel is interesting or important with the norm critical leadership perspective is to see how can we work so institutions, so society is more changeable, aware, transparent, and engaging with the civic, so it doesn't demand a movement and a fight to get change, to be heard in the regular everyday life, more or less. And with that, trying to connect it with tryck, I can say is actually theater, Afro-Swedish culture association, and it was started by Afro-Swedish actors based on an organization in England, but it's become a meeting point for culture workers. And with that pushing, more or less making institutions aware we're here and we need you to be aware of us, and to not forget, to not just stay in the projects stage of diversity. So push is more or less like the constant presence. So you will work on continuous change with organizations. But a first step, as we see, is making space. And for example, for me who works in a state-owned museum, or a part of the National Historical Museums of Sweden, who's a part of the reconciliation stage with the Sami as well in Sweden, the one that started now. Within the organizations, they always talk about being a space, a meeting space, a space for co-creation with civic society. But the problem is that with the regular leadership style and organization style, this large institute always takes the leader position and, as you said, the ownership of that cooperation. And when we talk about taking a step back and leaving space, it's taking a step back in that, not just opening the museum or the space for an organization. It's also in how you use the space and the resources of that space to the civic society. Okay, now I can't.
Thank you. Sorry to pick you out, but I remember that it was it was a very good point, and also I also want now, because we are talking about the Nordic networks and how we can connect and how we can cooperate, I also want to make it visible what kind of networks we have in the room, and there are millions of networks now in this room, and how can we use these networks to become stronger. You had a question in the audience.
I have
question
the
in the audience.
Yes. I'm Rosa Maria Bolom. I'm psychology and artist and also a cultural worker. And I have been involved in several projects here in Finland, resisting a little bit about the institutional levels. But I would like to say in this context that I think the movements about the resistance in some kind of, for example, from the Sami people here in the northern countries, from the Black feminist movement and also from the others movements, has been an historical way to show this disappointment how the system or how something has been excluded these other movements. And now I think it's very, very nice in these times that there is some institution, like the institutions that are here present, that has been touching by that movements. Because I think at the end, the work at the institution is the outcomings of the resistance, of the resistance of the other movements in the past years. And also, as a migrant and a Finnish citizen here in Finland, I have seen different levels how from the civil society, of course, there is a lot of movements that are broken these borders between us. I think there is you and us. And that is that the diversity is very nice goal that we together need to think how we can broker that borders in the very, very meaning way, because there is a lot of words and there is a lot of projects that are repeating like something like yes, there is the guidelines from the very big institutions that they give the money to do these programs with the agendas. And so it's about how we can do something very together to broken that only the agenda and this point that need to be solved by the institutions, because we know that there is different levels of these movements that we need to put together. And in that context, these networks are very important. We need to build communities, and I think there is no new, this in the northern country, the different communities that has doing own work. And then I'm only thinking how we can put also visible that work that has been there doing by civil people, that no is in the institution, but also there is no in this academic and very art fields or some knowledge fields very visible. How could be possible to articulate the several levels, trying to do something very meaning, because we know, yes, there is an institution and also there is the money, but sometimes, for example, for me, it's a little bit incómodo, it's a little bit, I don't know what, uncomfort, thank you, to think sometimes I really need to put this label in myself, because I know my work, I know what we're doing, and sometimes I need to put some level that for already I know that I'm working with that, so it's something that I cannot stop. But I think we need to very, very think together how we can articulate the full perspectives that they are to do very meaning changes in the society. Thank you.
Thank you. Working together, breaking the borders. Who wants to pick up on that? Yeah.
Well, I do appreciate, Rita, that you said institutions do need to work harder, because it should not just be on our shoulders. Because, I mean, I came to Finland in 2011, and things have changed and spaces are being opened up. But then the question is, I'm always very critical of, you know, these different campaigns, the no discrimination campaign. What does that really mean? What does discrimination look like? And that things are just not on the wall. So, but then how to make sure that everybody gets an invitation to these open spaces, for example. So it's, with every step, there's also just, yeah, some speculation as a way to work together and to co-create, not to be in opposition. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Yeah. If I follow from your thoughts and what Rosa-Maria you said, like there is this Finnish theologian called Mariana Toiviainen who wrote very well that what we need is not more self-care, what we need is more community care. And this is also something that institutions can do to, like we are doing today, like bringing people together to share thoughts that are not perfect or ready. But this is also, and now, by the way, I think what I could say to your question about Nordic Cultural Point, like you could, for example, create an event where you just invite people to talk about reconciliation. It doesn't need to be anything majestical, you know, nothing big, but it would be just to bring people together.
And to say that this issue matters, that this is our shared responsibility as well. You had something?
I think what you mentioned earlier about having allies is really important, and there are different ways to be an ally. So these concepts of co-creation, allyship, collaboration is something that I think is really important. Also, especially for smaller organisations. We've had a few collaborations with some very big institutions, and I have to say that we haven't had that experience of feeling dominated by them. Perhaps because our role was very necessary one in the working with the artists in our network. It's been important for them to show allyship towards us, and also show that they are consciously working with different types of people. And I was also thinking about, we're talking about art, and art in itself is extremely powerful. And so these choices that we make as institutions or organisations or networks that work with artists about which art we show, how we show it, where we show it, and what messages we want to send with it are really important. I was speaking earlier about a project that we did called Raining Poetry, where we stenciled excerpts from poems in different languages around one district. Sorry, I know we're running out of time. But this was quite strong in the fact that it was in these different languages. It was in spaces where people were walking, and so it was very in your face in a way. So just about methods.
Thank you.
Really.
Maybe just, we have 1 minute left, so everybody, one of you say something that you want people to take home from this discussion. One thing, 2 words or
okay,
something.
no pressure. But yeah, I mean, I really take this with me, like taking on bigger responsibility as an institution. Very good, valid point to repeat again and again. And in that, I think challenging the leadership or the management role it's really about staying with the trouble, I find, and also because when creating places for your employees to be able to stay in this place also.
Okay. Aline, quick.
Okay, yeah.
To have leaders and think, what are you doing? What are you doing to help the community?
Thank you. Helga?
Show empathy towards indigenous peoples, please.
Ulla.
Well, I have to say, have a look in my brochures so that in order to find out what grant programs we're running. You can ask for support for networks, as was mentioned here, but also for residency centers and so on. And there will also be a new program later this year that's targeted toward the civil society in order to promote cooperation between 3 Nordic countries. So
and maybe if people find something that should be done differently, you can also
Sure.
send your...
Or come up with ideas or whatever, and apply for our jobs when we are recruiting.
Thank you, and quickly, just shortly.
Articulating needs, articulating wants, saying things out loud.
Thank you for the panel. Thank you for the audience.
So, dear friends, we have a couple of announcements. I would like to say, if you saw a whole row of younger people here, they are actually the next generation of authors. They are having a world-class school, and they are doing excellent. I have to say, reading some of their poems are tear-jerking. It's fantastic. They are pure artists. So look out for them whenever you have a chance. We have some diversity agents in here who have signed up. You should go to Hörnet. That is the first room in the corridor. All of you others should stretch your legs. That means move away from this area with the red chairs so we can move around the red chairs for you. And then come back. Enjoy